One shot, one guy, one moment changed into all it took to set the arena on hearth in a quiet city known as a 19 vintage pulled the cause. And unexpectedly, the sector's greatest empires started to fall like dominoes. This wasn't only a war, it became the start of modern-day war with machine weapons, poison fuel tanks, and thousands of younger men buried in foreign soil. Cities had been flattened, households torn aside, kings lost crowns, new international locations had been born, and the world could never return to what it once became. This present day is the genuine tale of world warfare, the conflict that was meant to stop all wars. Chapter 1: A ticking time bomb. Europe earlier than 1914, before the warfare. There has been peace as a minimum on the floor in 1914 Europe. Regarded sturdy, civilized, and assured humans dressed well. Cities were busy, railways linked countries, artwork, technology have been booming. It felt like the future changed into brilliant. But below all that progress, something risky changed into building. Europe was like a room filled with dry gunpowder, one spark, just one, and the whole lot might explode. So how did it get this manner? Allows move again. By way of the early 1900s, Europe become divided into powerful empires. There has been the British Empire, large, wealthy, ruling over territories across Africa, Asia, and beyond. Then got here France, proud, and nevertheless licking its wounds from a conflict. Lost many years in advance. Germany became younger, aggressive, and growing. Speedy became vintage, fragile, and complete of inner cracks. Russia became good-sized, but sluggish, nevertheless dominated by me, who believed in absolute electricity. After which there has been Italy, bold, but risky. Each of these nations had their personal dreams, their very own fears, their very own pride, and all of them wanted extra, more land, more power, greater. Recognize this starvation led to what's called imperialism, the concept that a rustic must grow its power with the aid of controlling others. It's why Britain and France had been racing round the world, grabbing colonies. Germany, more recent to the game, felt not noted. It desired its area in the sun, and fast tension grew, because the excellent powers competed. Africa, Asia, and even the Balkans. But imperialism wasn't the simplest gas for war. There was nationalism, a deep notion that one's United States of America turned into higher than all of the others. In Germany, it took the form of satisfaction within the Navy, and the Kaiser. In France, it was tied to memories of glory and revenge. In Russia, it supposed protective all Slavic humans, particularly those under overseas rule. And in smaller international locations like Serbia, nationalism became something explosive, a dream of independence from bigger empires. In Austria-Hungary, nationalism changed into a ticking bomb. This empire wasn't one human beings. It become many Germans, Hungarians, Czechs, Slovaks, Croats, Serbs, Bosnians, Poles, and greater. They spoke specific languages, accompanied exceptional religions, and failed to always experience unswerving to Vienna. The empire tried to maintain itself collectively. However, cracks were anywhere to guard themselves. The major powers fashioned alliances like cliques in a schoolyard. However, with guns on one facet, you had the Triple Alliance: Germany, Austria, Hungary, and Italy on the other facet, the Triple Entente. France, Russia, and Britain. These weren't casual friendships, they were military guarantees. If someone attacks you, we're given, you're returned. Those deals had been alleged to preserve the peace, to make all of us think twice earlier than starting a conflict. But in addition, they supposed that if one United States went to war, others would be pulled in like dominoes. It failed to assist that everyone became preparing for conflict even earlier than it started out. Inside the years earlier than 1914, international locations were locked in a palms race. Germany and Britain had been building big navies, mainly battleships. France and Germany had been pouring money into new rifles, artillery, and ammunition. Army leaders were drawing up struggle plans in secret. All and sundry believed that if war came, it would be short, heroic, and wonderful. That changed into the fabled generals in Germany had a plan called the Plan. It become like a massive domino flow, knock France out quickly, then rush east to combat Russia. They believed pace and wonder have been the whole lot. Russia, meanwhile, became modernizing its army. France turned into building defenses and education. New squaddies. Britain centered on its military, confident that it could manipulate the seas. And Austria-Hungary, it relied heavily on Germany and hoped its empire wouldn't fall apart before it gained whatever. However, conflict wasn't pretty much countries and borders. It turned into also about human beings and how they felt. In cafes and newspapers, people pointed out patriotism, approximately honor, about loss of life. For the flag, young men believed warfare could lead them to heroes, that they'd come home with medals and memories. Few imagined they'd die in muddy trenches or be beaten by using machines they failed to understand. And in the Balkans, that messy, risky area in southeastern Europe, the one's feelings have been even more dangerous. The Balkans had lengthily been called the powder keg of Europe. And for suitable motive, the Ottoman Empire, once effective in the area, turned into now vulnerable new international locations like Serbia, Bulgaria, and Romania, were seeking to expand nationalist businesses, desired independence, others wanted revenge, had taken control of Bosnia in 1908, angering Serbia and many Bosnian Serbs. Tensions have been boiling. Some of those tensions exploded early in 1912 and 1913. The Balkan Wars broke out. Countries inside the location fought over land and electricity. Borders shifted. Hundreds died. And Europe watched nervously, questioning if something larger turned into coming back. In Germany, Kaiser II, the loud, proud emperor, desired his empire to polish. He wore military uniforms, gave fiery speeches, and believed Germany changed into destined for greatness. He didn't accept as true with Britain. He looked down on Russia, and he supported Austria-Hungary even if it made risky moves below his rule. Germany grew greater, aggressive, extra remoted, and extra feared France, still haunted through its defeat in the Franco-Russian War of 1870, wanted revenge particularly for, and the territories it had lost to Germany. French leaders knew that if battle came, they wished allies. It is why they bolstered ties with Russia and later Britain. Britain, meanwhile, had stored its distance from Europe's troubles. For a long time, it changed into targeted on its army, its empire, and staying strong at home. But as Germany's army grew and tensions in Europe escalated, Britain commenced to fear. It didn't want to be pulled into a warfare. However, it also failed to need to be left on my own. If one began and Russia, big and sluggish, became suffering to modernize, it had lost a conflict to Japan in 1905. Shaking its self-assurance, it feared Germany and Austria-Hungary. But it noticed itself because the protector of Slavic nations, mainly Serbia, that made it a horrible enemy of Austria-Hungary, and a close pal to the Serbs. So via 1914, the portions have been set. The top-notch powers of Europe had been armed tense and equipped alliances, tied them collectively like ropes. Nationalism, driven people to take risks. Imperialism made each part of the world a possible battlefield. And in the Balkans, in particular in Serbia and Bosnia, indignant younger guys had been dreaming of action. Some leaders believed war might unite their human beings. Some concept they could win speedy maximum, did not comprehend how lethal it would grow to be. It turned into best a remember of time. Then came the moment on June 28th. 1914, Archduke France, Ferdinand, the heir to the throne, visited. He changed into there to show energy, to remind the human beings that the empire became still on top of things. But not all, and sundry welcomed him. A collection of young Bosnian Serbs, angry about Austrian rule, had a plan. They desired to ship a message, a deadly one. One among them changed into a 19 vintage named. And as the Archduke's vehicle became down the wrong road, he became standing there with a gun. Shots that changed into all. Franz Ferdinand became useless. His wife Sophie changed into useless. The empire become in surprise at the beginning. It regarded like a nearby tragedy, a royal assassination in afflicted a part of the empire. But inside weeks, that moment would pull all of Europe into warfare. Blamed Serbia. Russia stood in the back of Serbia. Germany stood in the back of Austria-Hungary. France sponsored Russia. Britain waited. Letters have been dispatched. Ultimatums had been given. Secrets were shared. And inside the shadows, conflict plans were unfolding. The fuse had been lit. The powder keg was approximately to blow, and Europe, once proud, rich, and complete, of promise, become approximately to enter the bloodiest struggle it had ever recognized. Chapter 2. The spark assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. It changed into a sunny Sunday morning, June 28, 1914. A date that might exchange the direction of records. The streets of capital of Bosnia had been crowded with excitement. Humans coated the roads to peer a royal procession. Flags waved, music played. Squaddies stood of their polished uniforms. In an open-top automobile rode Archduke Franz Ferdinand, the heir to the throne, and his spouse Sophie. It turned into their wedding ceremony anniversary that they had come to for a goodwill go-to to reveal the empire's strength and calm the anxiety within the place. But beneath the surface, something a long way darker was brewing. Bosnia had been annexed by means of Austria-Hungary in 1908. That angered many Serbs and Bosnian Slavs who desired to be free to enroll in with Serbia and shape their personal Slavic nation. To them, Austria-Hungary changed into not a rightful ruler, it was an oppressor. And now the Archduke's symbol of the empire turned into parading via their streets. Inside the crowd had been 7 younger guys, members of a mystery nationalist organization called the Black Hand. They believed violence become the manner to gain independence, that they had educated smuggled guns across the border, and waited for this very day. Each of them had a pistol, a bomb, and a vial of poison. They were prepared to kill or die, As the Archduke's motorcade rolled via narrow streets, the primary assassins saw the automobile, and iced over too scared to behave the following threw a bomb. But it bounced off the automobile's folded roof and exploded beneath another vehicle, injuring bystanders and officials. Chaos erupted. The Archduke became rushed away. The assassins scattered. One tried to swallow his poison and soar into the river, however both failed. He changed into stuck and crushed by using an angry mob before police dragged him away. Absolutely everyone thought it was over, a failed strive, a lucky getaway. But the day wasn't completed. Ferdinand insisted on persevering with his go-to. He wanted to visit the health facility. Notice the people injured through the blast. His spouse insisted on staying through his facet. They climbed into their vehicle, equal driving force, identical course, unaware that a mistake become approximately to trade records. The motive force took an incorrect turn as the automobile tried to again up. It stopped right in the front of a small cafe, and standing there through natural threat became simply 19 years vintage, pale, skinny, and sickly. He had come to kill the Archduke that morning after the failed strive. He concept. It was over. He went to get a sandwich, and now with the aid of fate or accident, the goal became proper in front of him. He stepped forward, pulled out his pistol, and fired shots. The first hit Sophie in the belly. The second one hit Ferdinand in the neck. She died almost immediately. He collapsed, blood pouring from his mouth. Whispering her name moments later, the auto sped off. However, it was too late. The destiny Emperor of Austria-Hungary, become useless. His wife, a girl many considered unfit for royalty, had died through his side. The information spread quick across the empire, across the continent. At the beginning, many people did not recognize the load of it. Political assassinations weren't rare in those days. Within the previous few, a long time, leaders and royals were killed in Italy, Russia, France, even the US regularly. Those occasions prompted outrage, but no longer complete-blown warfare. But this time things have been different. The Hungarian government was livid. Their inheritor was murdered through a Slavic nationalist. And worse, the murderer was connected to a network that led lower back to Serbia. Serbia become a small, however, growing in pleasure, ambition, and it had strong supporters in Russia. Had long concerned about its have an impact on in the Balkans. This assassination felt like the very last straw. In the back of closed doors in Vienna, leaders met, military generals, politicians, and the elderly Emperor Franz Joseph debated what to perform. A little wanted calm, but others, especially powerful figures within the army, wanted revenge. They believed Serbia needed to be punished to ship a message. They also had motive to act fast. They had the backing of Germany. In early July, Austria-Hungary dispatched diplomats to Berlin. They met with Kaiser II, the German emperor. He became shocked via the assassination, however offered support. What's now because the clean take a look at a promise that Germany might lower back Austria-Hungary. Regardless of what, with Germany at the back of them, Austria-Hungary grew ambitious. They spent weeks making ready, investigating, and writing a carefully worded ultimatum to Serbia. It demanded that Serbia permit officers conduct an investigation. Interior, Serbia, a clear violation of its sovereignty. The demands had been made to be rejected on July 23rd, nearly a month after the assassination. The ultimatum turned into brought Serbia had 48 hours to respond. Serbia panicked. Its leaders scrambled to buy time. They time-honored most of the needs, however rejected the important thing point about overseas investigators. It became too humiliating, too dangerous. On July 25th, Austria-Hungary broke off diplomatic ties. War turned into now nearly sure. 2 days later, on July 28, 1914, exactly 1 month after the pictures in Austria, Hungary declared warfare on Serbia. The fuse had reached the powder inside hours. Serbia, referred to as on Russia, the Tsar Nicholas II knew he couldn't back off. Russia needed to guide its Slavic brothers' mobilization. Commenced trains, moved troops, orders had been signed, messages dispatched. Germany saw this and reacted speedy, gave Russia a warning: prevent mobilizing or face conflict. Russia didn't stop, so on August 1st, Germany declared struggle on Russia. France changed into next, bound by way of alliance, getting ready for conflict. It started moving its forces to Germany, now faced conflict on fronts. The nightmare it continually feared, that meant velocity, changed into critical. They needed to strike first. On August 3rd, Germany declared battle on France. However, to reach France, German troops needed to skip via Belgium. A neutral Belgium refused, so on August 4th, Germany invaded. That identical day, Britain, certain with the aid of treaty to shield Belgian neutrality, declared war on Germany. The dominoes had fallen in only over a month. A small spark in a distant city had set Europe on fireplace, and all of it started with bullets on a summertime morning. France Ferdinand's demise failed to purpose the conflict no longer by myself. However, it gave the ideal excuse for rival powers to act the alliances, the fears, the nationalism, the guns. They have been already the assassination, become simply the trigger in Vienna. Human beings mourned their archduke, but also braced for conflict in Berlin. Guys cheered inside the streets believing victory might be brief in Paris. Trains filled with squatties waving flags and flowers in London. Newspapers published maps, and politicians made speeches. No person absolutely understood what become coming. They thought the battle might be over by using Christmas. They had no concept it'd last over 4 years, that it might kill hundreds of thousands, that it'd exchange the world. All the time the arena became marching towards something darker than it had ever. The spark had grown to be a flame, and shortly that flame might eat all of Europe. Chapter 3. The net of alliances. It commenced with just countries Austria, Hungary, and Serbia. However, it didn't stay that way for lengthy. Within days, the fire spread across Europe's cities, that when traded goods and subculture have been now trading threats and ultimatums, and it wasn't random. It wasn't just bad luck. It was an internet, and a cautiously spun invisible trap, fabricated from guarantees and treaties, loyalty and worry. For years before the warfare, Europe had tied itself together with mystery offers and formal alliances. Each power failed to just stand alone. It stood related to others. Those alliances have been presupposed to preserve peace. However, instead, they made sure that when one kingdom fell into battle, others had been pulled in too, whether they desired to or now not to apprehend why. The conflict exploded so fast we have to step back to the years before the assassination again, to a continent that looked calm at the floor, however, become complete of anxiety after the defeat of France inside the Franco-Russian battle of 18,771. A new energy rose inside the coronary heart of Europe. Germany, rapid business green. It unified into a sturdy empire underneath, and fast had become a rival to older giants like Britain, France, and Russia. The grasp strategist knew this growing strength may want to make enemies, so he constructed a machine of agreements to hold Germany safe and maintain France isolated. He shaped the Triple Alliance in 1882, a formal navy settlement among Germany, Austria, Hungary, and Italy. If one become attacked by way of 2 or greater countries, the others would assist. It turned into design to hold peace via energy. But power invites suspicion. On the alternative facet, France failed to need to be by myself. It regarded East, and discovered an ally in Russia. Notwithstanding being very extraordinary, a republic and an empire, they had something in common. Challenge about Germany. In 1894, they signed the Franco-Russian alliance, and then came Britain. For maximum of the 19th century, Britain followed a policy of exquisite isolation. It didn't need to get dragged into continental politics. But that modified within the early 1900s. Germany's navy became developing. Tensions within the colonies have been growing, and so Britain began to search for buddies. In 1904, Britain signed a know-how with France, the Anton Cordial. Then in 1907, it reached an agreement with Russia. These were not as strict because the Triple Alliance, but collectively France, Russia, and Britain fashioned what have become referred to as the Triple Entente. Now Europe had 2 principal camps. On one aspect, Germany, Austria, Hungary, and Italy. On the alternative, France, Russia, and Britain. Every side promised to help the other in case of assault. However, here's the trouble. These guarantees failed to stay simple. They had been tangled full of mystery terms and overlapping commitments. And whilst the crisis came in 1914, these alliances did not forestall the struggle. They guaranteed it. Let's move back to that second. After the assassination of France, Ferdinand, Austria-Hungary blamed Serbia and declared war. Serbia grew to become to Russia for assist, and Russia started out mobilizing its massive army. Now Germany changed into looking intently. It had promised to support Austria-Hungary. However, it additionally saw Russia as a threat, a huge threat, but a risky one. So Germany issued a warning to Russia: forestall mobilizing or face war. Russia failed to back down. Germany now confronted a nightmare war on 2 fronts: to the east Russia, to the west France. They'd lengthy feared this. German Navy leaders had a plan. The plan: strike France first, knock them out quickly, then flip east to face Russia. However, to do that, Germany needed to undergo Belgium, a neutral United States, protected with the aid of a treaty, signed with the aid of primary powers, along with Britain. Germany invaded Belgium anyway, and that changed the whole thing. Britain wasn't without delay allied with France or Russia in a manner that forced them to behave, but the invasion of Belgium triggered an experience of duty and an antique promise. On August 4, 1914, Britain declared struggle on Germany. Now in Much less than weeks, a nearby dispute had turned out to be a continental conflict. Permits observe the chain of events again. Via the web of alliances, assaults Serbia. Serbia calls on Russia. Russia mobilizes Germany, proclaims struggle on Russia. France is allied with Russia. So Germany publicizes struggle on France. Germany invades Belgium. Britain enters to protect Belgium and support France. One hyperlink pulled the following, one promise pulled another, and the warfare machine roared to lifestyles. However, the net did not simply forestall in Europe. Those alliances stretched throughout empires. Whilst Britain entered the conflict, so did its colonies from Canada to Australia to India. When France joined, so did troops from North Africa and Indochina. The Russian Empire pulled in men from valuable Asia, and the Caucasus. Even Japan allied with Britain on account that 1902 declared battle on Germany in overdue August 1914, and commenced seizing German territories in the Pacific. Soon even the Ottoman Empire joined. Fountain, but no longer on the side. Many predicted for months the Ottomans hesitated, but Germany have been dadding them with cash, guns, and military advisors. In October, the Ottomans entered the warfare at the aspect of Germany and Austria-Hungary. The critical powers, the internet, pulled in every other most important empire by way of the cease of 1914. The world become at struggle. And it wasn't simply because of hatred or ambition, it was due to duty, although guarantees made in instances of peace that turned deadly in instances of crisis. And here's the tragic component: a lot of those alliances were defensive. They have been imagined to prevent struggle. The common sense became simple. If all of us had sturdy buddies, no one could dare to assault. But the moment one spark became lit, that identical common sense induced a series reaction, due to the fact as soon as mobilization started out, backing down had become impossible. To hesitate become to appearance vulnerable. To pause changed into to threat. Betrayal each us of a believed it was performing in self-defense at the same time as they plunged the sector into disaster. Germany claimed it was protecting Austria-Hungary. Russia claimed it turned into protective Serbia. France claimed it become protecting itself from Germany. Britain claimed it become protecting Belgium, and balance claimed it became protecting its empire from rebels. And so on. No one thought they had been starting an international battle, but every step made the next one inevitable. And as soon as the armies began to move by means of horse, by using foot, there was no turning. Returned within weeks. Trenches were dug, strains had been drawn, battles commenced. The conflict that turned into supposed to be over with the aid of Christmas bears became simply beginning. And at the back of all of it, like a snet catching each suffering fly, become the system of alliances. Some have been public, some mystery, some clear, a few vague. However, all of them carried weight. It became a war born no longer just of gunfire, but however of guarantees. A few call it honor, some name it madness. But in the end, millions of people died for agreements they by no means signed among countries they by no means saw. The leaders who constructed the web never imagined it'd tear down the sector. However, it did. And now throughout Europe, countries stood locked in fight, no longer just for territory, however, for survival. The alliances had accomplished their process, however they had delivered the arena together, simply not in peace, in warfare. Chapter for the July crisis, the countdown to battle. The bullet that killed Archduke Franz Ferdinand did not just quit a person's existence. It started a clock from that second in the sector. Had 1 month earlier than the whole thing would exchange 31 days, a countdown closer to catastrophe. And it didn't start with shouting or gunfire. It began with telegrams, with meetings in the back of closed doorways, with carefully selected words that sounded calm but carried the load of conflict. At first it didn't appear like a global catastrophe, changed into coming. The sector had visible assassinations before kings, queens, presidents, leaders have been killed inside the past. And struggle did not always follow. However, this one become distinctive due to the fact the dying of Franz Ferdinand failed to just wound Austria-Hungary's their delight. It gave them a motive to behave. For years, Austria-Hungary had watched Serbia with growing unease. Serbia turned into small, however, fiercely nationalistic, and plenty of within the empire noticed it as a danger, a rebellious neighbor, stirring up problem among the Slavic people within Austria's borders. The assassination gave the empire an ideal excuse to strike, return to address Serbia once and for all. But Austria-Hungary couldn't do it by myself. They wished aid, and that they became to their maximum effective ally Germany. So just 5 days after the assassination, on July 5, 1914, Austria's leaders met with the German Kaiser. They offered their case Serbia had to be punished harshly, and that they desired to realize, sir, could Germany stand via them. The Kaiser said yes. In fact, he gave what have become referred to as the blank test, a promise of unconditional help, regardless of what Austria decided to do. Germany could back them up with that reassurance. Austria-Hungary commenced preparing a reaction. But not right now. They didn't act right away. They waited in part due to the fact their top generals have been on summertime a holiday. And in part due to the fact they desired to be cautious. They knew that any pass towards Serbia might provoke Russia, and they failed to look like the aggressors in order that they spent the following weeks crafting something that gave the look of diplomacy, but become without a doubt a lure. On July 23rd, Austria-Hungary added a 10-point ultimatum to Serbia. It turned into a listing of needs, and they have been harsh. Serbia turned into advised to suppress anti-propaganda cast-off officers Austria did not like, and allow Austrian agents perform on Serbian soil to analyze the assassination. It became a call for humiliation. Austria knew Serbia could in no way agree to it. All that changed into the point they wanted to provoke rejection, after which claimed they had no preference, however, to declare war. However, Serbia failed to absolutely reject it. Enormously, Serbia accepted most of the needs, even the ones that harmed their national delight. They best asked for rationalization on one factor permitting Austrian police to perform in Serbia that they said would violate their sovereignty. To nearly everybody looking, Serbia's reply seemed affordable. Even Britain, France, and Russia notion it become enough to keep away from struggle. But Austria failed to care. They'd made up their minds before. The ultimatum become ever introduced on July 25th, 2 days after sending the list. They reduce off diplomatic ties with Serbia and began mobilizing their army. Now the clock ticked quicker. Serbia, realizing war coming, grew to become to its protector Russia, and Russia below Tsar Nicholas II now faced a horrible choice. On one hand, Russia could not permit Serbia fall. It saw itself as the guardian of Slavic countries. Backing down would make Russia look vulnerable, but alternatively, supporting Serbia intended risking war with Germany and likely with Austria's allies. Nonetheless, they hesitated. Within the days that observed, telegrams flew backward and forward between capitals, especially among Kaiser II of Germany and Nicholas II of Russia. The two guys have been cousins. They had a near private relationship, even calling each different hand in their messages. They both claimed they failed to want struggle. They each was hoping the other might back down. However, even as they wrote to every different their armies moved. Russia started out a partial mobilization on July 29th, preparing troops close to its border with Austria. Germany noticed this as a threat now, not just to Austria, however, to themselves. And so Germany responded on July 31st. Germany issued its very own ultimatum, and this time to Russia: forestall mobilizing or face battle at the equal time. Germany additionally warned France, live neutral in any war with Russia or face effects. Neither backed down. Russia refused to stop mobilizing. France began getting ready its personal troops the subsequent day, August 1st. Germany declared war on Russia the day after that, August 2nd. Germany demanded that Belgium, an impartial country, allow German troops to pass via so they may assault France more easily. Belgium refused, so on August 3rd, Germany declared conflict on France. And on August 4th, Germany invaded Belgium. That invasion prompted Britain's access into the battle due to an extended standing agreement to shield Belgian neutrality. In only 11 days, 5 main powers have been now at warfare. The July crisis had ended. The countdown became over and the battle had begun. However, the real tragedy of those 31 days was this: no one believed it'd appear, even as ultimatums had been sent and troops were mobilized. Many leaders notion they may nonetheless pull again on the final minute, that cause could win, that international relations would hold, that struggle would be prevented, or if it happened would be brief and easy. They were wrong, because the structures in vicinity, alliances, mobilization plans, secret treaties were not constructed for flexibility. They had been constructed like machines. Once became on, they could not be stopped. Take Germany's plan. As an instance, it became an inflexible schedule that assumed battle with France and Russia might take place collectively. Germany needed to move fast to defeat France earlier than turning to Russia. The whole plan relied on pace, and surprise it truly is why Germany could not wait. As soon as Russia mobilized, the German military insisted they had to act even if France hadn't declared war yet. Ready, they said, would mean catastrophe. So whilst diplomats talked, while emperors and kings exchanged messages, the armies kept moving. The train schedules were set. The troops have been marching. The plans had been in motion. And once Belgium become invaded, it wasn't just a navy trouble, it changed into an ethical one. The arena noticed Germany as the aggressor. A impartial U.S. have been attacked. Civilians were in threat. Towns were burning. Britain, nevertheless, unsure just days before now, had a clean reason to combat the July crisis wasn't only a diplomatic failure, it became a super hurricane of fear, satisfaction, miscommunication, and awful timing. Each leader believed they had been appearing defensively, desired to punish Serbia, no longer to begin a global conflict. Germany wanted to assist Austria and guard itself from encirclement. Russia wanted to protect Serbia and avoid losing face. France wanted to aid its Russian best friend and protect in opposition to German aggression. Britain desired to forestall Belgium from being overwhelmed and maintain stability. However, intentions did not remember anymore because the moment Austria declared conflict on Serbia, the system changed into set in motion. There were moments it may have stopped. There had been days, while higher conversation or extra time may have modified the final results. But the fuse have been lit in. And through the give-up of July, the explosion turned into inevitable. Now, squaddies were boarding trains, with rifles slung over their shoulders. Households stood at stations waving goodbye, believing their sons would be home by means of Christmas. Crowds cheered within the streets, wrapped in flags, singing anthems. It felt like a patriotic adventure. Nobody understood what became. Coming the dust, the blood, the infinite lines of barbed cord, the trenches, the gas, the years of slaughter. The arena had by no means seen whatever like what turned into approximately to show up. The July crisis became over, and the struggle to stop all wars had all started. Bankruptcy 5. The statement war erupts across Europe. The fuse had been lit. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand changed into not just a Balkan crisis. It had come to be a trouble, and that problem becomes speedy spinning it. A disaster. The July crisis had cracked open fault strains among vintage empires, and now the one's cracks had been splitting huge open the world, become retaining its breath. However, not for long. It changed into the very last days of July 1914. Diplomats raced to and fro with ultimatums, proposals, and determined tries to maintain things collectively. However, the equipment of struggle had already started to grind ahead. Trains have been being loaded, orders were being signed, troops were transferring, and the phrases that would trade the whole lot had started to echo. We declare conflict moved first, after looking forward to Serbia's reply to its ultimatum, a response that turned into tremendously. However, now not enough. Austria determined. Become time. On July 28, 1914, Austria-Hungary formally declared battle on Serbia. Cannons opened hearth on Belgrade, the Serbian capital. Because the army commenced its invasion, the shot that killed Franz Ferdinand had now come to be a battle between international locations. However, it did not stop there. This wasn't a warfare just among Austria-Hungary and Serbia. It couldn't be. Russia, Serbia's powerful best friend, watched intently. The Russians saw Austria's assault no longer best as aggression against Serbia, however, as in try to dominate the Balkans totally. And Russia had long stayed as targets within the location. It wanted impact. It desired to guard its Slavic brothers, and perhaps most significantly, could not manage to pay for to look vulnerable, so Russia commenced to mobilize. This wasn't a declaration of warfare as a minimum no longer. But it turned into near Russian mobilization, became a massive operation. Railways were activated, soldiers were referred to, as up hundreds started to transport closer to the western borders. Russia stated it turned into most effective mobilizing against Austria-Hungary, not Germany. But Germany didn't agree with that. To the German Navy planners, a partial mobilization through Russia didn't make experience. Russia couldn't circulate against Austria without threatening Germany. Germany saw this as a gradual, dangerous, ultimate. If Germany waited too lengthy, it might discover itself surrounded, attacked via each Russia in the east and France within the west. So Germany demanded that Russia prevent mobilizing, but Russia didn't stop. Germany had spent years getting ready for this moment. Each German standard knew the plan. It turned into referred to as the plan, and it became brutal in its clarity. Strike first, strike fast, knock out France quick, before Russia can completely mobilize, then returned and face Russia. It turned into a plan constructed on speed and precision. But it became also a plan that depended on one key assumption, that Germany may want to skip through neutral Belgium to attain France on August 1st. 1914, Germany declared warfare on Russia, and a pair of days afterward, August 3rd, Germany declared warfare on France. Europe was unraveling with the aid of the hour at this factor. The British were looking cautiously. Britain became technically not certain to jump in just, but sure it had agreements with France and Russia. However, they were not ironclad. The British authorities hesitated. They didn't want struggle, not yet, not unless there was a clear cause that purpose got here on August 4th, 1914. While Germany invaded Belgium, now this turned into exclusive. Britain had lengthy held a commitment to guard Belgium's neutrality. That commitment had been signed many years In advance, and when German troops marched through Belgian territory without permission, it became more than only a strategic circulate. It became a violation of worldwide law. British newspapers exploded with headlines. Public outrage grew in Parliament. The AI case was made. This wasn't just about alliances anymore. This turned into approximately protective a small nation from aggression. And so on August 4th, Britain declared war on Germany inside a single week. What had began as a nearby crisis was a complete blown conflict. Germany, Austria, Hungary, France, Russia, Britain, all locked in. It became like dominoes falling, everyone hitting the next. But these weren't wooden tiles. These were countries, empires, thousands and thousands of lives. And it wasn't simply Europe anymore. In Africa, colonial troops had been being referred to as French and British colonies prepared to defend their empires. German colonies have been put on alert. In Asia, Japan was looking intently. And throughout the sea, even nations, not yet concerned like the United States, had been starting to pay interest. The warfare turned into spreading in towns throughout Europe. Human beings flooded the streets, flags waved, brass bands played, men in uniforms marched with delight, some with smiles on their faces. Convinced the war could be over by using Christmas posters, were revealed speeches, were made. Younger guys lined up to enlist, some lying about their age, just to sign up for the combat. There has been an ordinary, nearly surreal experience of pleasure inside the air. Countrywide satisfaction were woke up many. Human beings believed they were preventing for justice, honor, or survival. They did not but understand what form of conflict this will become. Meanwhile, the generals started out their moves. Germany dispatched its military racing west through Belgium, encountering some distance more resistance than anticipated. The Belgian Navy, even though small, fought with surprising willpower and German brutality in occupied towns, quickly became global opinion against them. French troops released their own attacks along the border, keen to reclaim misplaced territory like Alsace, but they suffered heavy losses. Their uniforms, bravery and outdated procedures collided with the awful reality of modern struggle. Device, weapons, heavy artillery, and deadly efficiency inside the East Russian forces started to pour into German territory. However, the large distances, terrible making plans and conversation breakdowns would soon create chaos in their own. The conflict changed into now not theoretical. It became actual, bloody, speedy, transferring, unpredictable. But there has been nonetheless an experience that this will be quick. Politicians and generals believed victory could come speedy, that one huge warfare could settle things, that by means of fall the infantrymen could be home. They had been wrong. Extra international locations had been about to get involved. The Ottoman Empire became looking. Italy changed into unsure. And other areas, the Balkans, the Middle East, the colonies, could soon emerge as new the front strains in a war that become expanding via the day. However, at this second, in early August 1914, the struggle had officially began, and there has been no turning return. The declarations had been made, the alliances triggered, the armies mobilized, the cannons fired from the muddy trenches in Belgium to the forests of Eastern Europe to the hills of Serbia and the streets of Paris. The sector had changed in only a few short weeks. The age of empires had collided with the age of business struggle. This became no longer a political disaster. This became the Great Struggle. And it was simply starting. Chapter 6, the plan, Germany's blitzkrieg. That wasn't whilst Germany declared battle on France and Russia in early August 1914. Its navy had no time to take a seat and plan. The entirety turned into already set in movement. Orders were being followed like clockwork. Trains have been rolling. Troops were transferring. Due to the fact for years Germany were getting ready for this specific moment. Not in principle, not in speeches, however, in one of the maximum specific army strategies ever written, the plan named after its writer, Count Number Alfred. The plan was born out of fear. Germany feared one thing, certainly combating a struggle on two fronts at the same time. At the East, Russia on the West, France. If both enemies attacked collectively, Germany could be stuck in a lethal squeeze. So the plan's answer turned into simple on paper attack, first assault, difficult, and knock out France speedy. Earlier than Russia had time to absolutely mobilize. But easy on paper didn't imply easy in practice. The idea turned into to comb through Belgium, and the Netherlands swing down into France like a giant hammer and capture Paris within 6 weeks. Germany believed it may supply a lightning speedy knockout blow. If France fell quick, Germany should then flip east and address the slower transferring Russian army. Velocity, surprise, and momentum have been the whole lot, but from the very beginning things didn't cross as planned for one. The unique plan, certainly known as for invading both Belgium and the Netherlands. But while the plan become later revised by way of Germany's Navy chief, at the time the Dutch component become removed, Germany desired to maintain Dutch neutrality. so they could use Dutch ports for alternate. This transformation made the German direction greater slim, and that could prove highly priced still on August 4th, 1914. German troops crossed into Belgium. The primary obstacle turned into the fortress metropolis of German generals, anticipated it to fall inside 2 days. However, the Belgians fought back with a ferocity that greatly surprised all people. The fort's round held out for almost 2 weeks, and each extra day of resistance threw off Germany's cautiously timed schedule as the Germans pushed deeper into Belgium. Their military grew greater. Brutal civilians were performed. Villages have been burned. Memories of atrocities started out spreading speedy, whether exaggerated or now not. They lit fireplace of public outrage throughout Europe. Germany's desire of a quick, clean marketing campaign turned into now stained via blood and resistance. In the meantime, France launched its personal offensive alongside the Jap border, trying to reclaim Alsace and territory lost decades earlier. Inside the Franco-Russian warfare, French troops wore shiny blue and red uniforms and charged into war with high morale, but they were met with devastating German firepower. Thousands have been killed. France's early attacks failed, and its army was forced into retreat. Germany's plan turned into operating, but at the floor, the right wing of the German army, the component sweeping via Belgium and northern France, was speculated to be quite strong, a whole lot stronger than the left wing. Close to that was authentic vision. A huge proper hook, however, had weakened the right wing to reinforce the left. It changed into a subtle shift, but it intended that the maximum important part of the attack didn't have the overpowering pressure it needed, after which got here Britain. Germany had was hopping that Britain might live out of the war, but when German troops marched into Belgium, that hope vanished. Britain declared struggle, and the British Expeditionary Force, small however nicely skilled, landed in France on the Battle of Mons. British forces clashed with the advancing Germans. Although outnumbered, the British held firm and inflicted heavy casualties. Before retreating, it wasn't a huge victory, however it slowed the German enhance again and time become the enemy of the plan. The German army stored marching south and west, pushing the French and British forces back towards Paris, but with every mile received their deliver traces stretched thinner. Infantrymen were exhausted. Horses collapsed. Food and ammunition have been jogging. Delayed. The terrain wasn't what they'd expected, and the resistance was fiercer than that they had hoped. By using early September, German troops have been within 30 mi of Paris. The French government had already fled the capital. Panic turned into spreading. This was at the moment the Germans have been counting on. However, Paris did not fall. Instead, something unexpected passed off. French intelligence, the use of aerial reconnaissance, something very new at the time, observed that the German right flank became uncovered, had moved a few troops away to combat the Russians within the east. That weakened the road, and French popular Joseph saw his danger. On September 6, 1914, French and British forces released a counterattack at the Man River. It caught the Germans' shield. Over several days of brutal combating, the tide commenced to turn. German troops, stretched too skinny and dealing with supply issues, began to retreat. It became the first predominant turning point of the conflict. The War of the Person stopped the German develop in its tracks. Paris become stored. The plan, this grand, imaginative, and prescient of a short, easy German victory, had failed. Germany's retreat didn't imply the end of fighting. It supposed the quit of motion. Each side's dug in trenches had been built. Barbed cord became rolled out, and shortly a new form of conflict had started. A struggle of dust, of artillery, of long drawn-out battles where gaining a few yards should cost thousands of lives. This wasn't the battle each person had predicted for Germany. The failure of the plan changed into devastating. They'd gambled the whole lot on velocity and precision. But the resistance in Belgium, the advent of British troops, the cussed protection of France, and the exhaustion of the German Navy had all labored against them. And now, instead of a quick struggle, Germany faced a nightmare. A two-front war with no clear direction to victory within the East. Russia became already putting stress on Germany's weaker flank within the West. France and Britain have been regrouping and digging within the plan that becomes supposed to avoid this actual scenario, had introduced it. Rather, the person who had changed the plan became beaten with the aid of the final results. He become soon replaced. German morale turned into shaken, but their generals vowed to maintain. Fighting the trenches weren't only a tactic, they have become an image of the war itself, a frozen line stretching throughout Europe, packed with worry, mud, and death. But in that first month before the trenches, earlier than the fuel before the tanks, there became a imaginative and prescient a plan, a speedy strike, a notion that warfare can be quick and decisive. That imaginative and prescient died at the person. The plan have been ambitious, calculated, ruthless, and in the end not possible from here on out. The warfare would now not be speedy, it might now not be clean, and it might now not be over by using Christmas Chapter 7 conflict of the stop of the Blitzkrieg. The German army changed into the circulate fast and brutal town after city fell as. They stormed through Belgium and into France, driving the French armies again and forcing the British expeditionary pressure. To retreat, the plan, in spite of some setbacks nevertheless regarded to be running Paris, was now simply over 30 mi away. The German generals ought to nearly see victory, however something become changing the development that had begun with unstoppable pressure. Became, starting to sluggish. The German troops had been exhausted. They'd marched masses of miles fighting almost non-forestall. Their deliver lines were stretched to a ways food ammunition. Even fresh horses had been all lagging in the back of rain and dirt. Made the roads worse, and most importantly, they had overextended themselves. Their strains were too skinny, and their flanks, the sides in their army, have been susceptible. Still, they driven ahead, chasing the belief that a quick victory was simply across the nook. Inner Paris panic turned into anywhere. The French authorities had fled south, shops had been closed, people have been packing whatever they might, and leaving. Many feared that the town could fall, much like Belgium's cities had, speedy and violently. But the French navy wasn't completed, but neither have been the British. Something essential passed off. At that factor, something that could shift the route of the conflict, an opening unfolded inside the German strains. It wasn't obvious at the start. The German First Navy, underneath widespread, had swung to a long way east of Paris, exposing the right side of the Navy. Meanwhile, the Second Army below widespread had drifted 2 a ways south, among them become a weak spot, a gap. And this small hole could end up a turning factor. The French Commander-in-Chief Joseph had been under monstrous pressure his in advance. Offensives in Alsace had failed badly, but he hadn't misplaced desire. He turned into calm, calculating, and willing to evolve. Now, seeing the exposed German flank, he found out this become the opportunity France desperately wanted. And so he ordered a counterattack. However, it wasn't only a regular attack. It became huge, concerning over 1 million Allied troops. French armies, supported via the British, would strike the German proper flank with the whole lot that they had, and that they had to do it speedy. To drag this off made a bold move. He created a new French Navy, the Sixth Navy. From scratch, troops had been rushed in from across the, and perhaps most famously, Parisian taxi drivers had been called upon to assist move thousands of squaddies to the front. It became a symbol of France's dedication, regular civilians doing their component in a moment of crisis. The warfare started on September 6, 1914. For the primary time in weeks, German troops have been no longer advancing. They were preventing to hold their position. The Allies launched wave after wave of attacks at first. The Germans resisted well, however the strain stored, constructing extra troops poured in. French artillery become hammering German positions. The British pushed from one side, the French from every other. The Germans, nevertheless powerful, but spread too thin, began to conflict. The war raged for numerous days. Infantrymen fought in villages, forests, and open fields. The noise of weapons, the screams, the confusion, it turned into chaos. Verbal exchange broke down. Trenches hadn't even been dug, but the front changed into constantly transferring. Then something came about that sealed the fate of the German plan. General Mold, the German leader of body of workers, was a ways from the battlefield. He wasn't able to see absolutely. What turned into unfolding reviews were scattered conversation traces were susceptible, and his orders were not continually reaching the front. Below, the pressure reportedly suffered a fearful breakdown. Management faltered at the worst possible moment. German commanders on the front, knowing they couldn't maintain their position and fearing whole disintegrate, started to retreat. It wasn't an organized pullback. It turned into a determined attempt to keep away from being surrounded. Through September 12th, the German military had pulled back across the A River. The Allies had won the victory, shocked each aspects for France and Britain. It became a moment of alleviation and pleasure. Paris became safe. The nightmare of a brief German conquest became over for Germany. It changed into a devastating blow. The plan, their carefully timed blueprint for victory, was dead. This wasn't just a battlefield defeat, it was a strategic disaster. Germany didn't knock out France within the starting weeks of the warfare. That meant they now needed to face the exact state of affairs they had attempted so hard to avoid, a protracted grinding battle on fronts. Russia became mobilizing within the east. France and Britain were regrouping in the west, and Germany was caught in among. But the consequences of the conflict of the person failed to stop there. After the retreat, both aspects started to dig in. Actually, infantrymen dug trenches to guard themselves from enemy hearth. The trenches have been imagined to be temporary, simply something to keep the line for a few days. However, the one's few days become weeks, then months, then years. Trench warfare had all started, And with it got here a brand new type of horror. The extensive sweeping moves of early battles have been replaced by way of gradual brutal fighting over tiny portions of land. The warfare became about inches, not miles, dust-barbed cord rat's disease. Those might grow to be the brand new realities of life at the front. But all of that started right here at the failure of the German improve additionally shattered the phantasm that the war could be over. By way of Christmas, people had cheered in the streets when warfare was declared, believing it'd be brief and superb. But now the world saw the fact this changed into going to be lengthy, difficult, bloody, and different from any war that had come earlier. Than the Germans blamed their excessive command was eliminated from his position, and replaced. Some generals believed they had been just days, perhaps even hours from victory. They blamed the weakening of the proper flank, the postpone in Belgium, the British interference. But the reality become easier. The plan had underestimated the entirety, the velocity of Allied response, the resilience of the French, the mobility of British forces, and the sheer unpredictability of war. The Allies at the same time, as relieved, additionally understood what become coming victory at the had stored France. But it had no longer ended the warfare. It had only modified its shape. Both sides started out what could end up referred to as the race to the ocean, a frantic try to outflank each other via moving north all of the way to the North Sea. However, every move become countered, every strive blocked. Extra trenches have been dug, the line to the front iced up from the Swiss border to the ocean. A wall of men, dust, and misery stretched throughout Europe. And so the conflict of the man marked the stop of one segment, and the beginning of any other. The short-moving warfare that Germany had planned for changed into long past in its region. Came something darker, something far more, a battle of attrition. Through stopping the German improve, the Allies had stored themselves from immediate defeat. However, they'd additionally entered into a kind of conflict they weren't prepared for. No person changed into the generals could ought to invent new strategies. The squaddies would must bear the inconceivable, and the humans back domestic must take delivery of a grim truth. This battle wasn't going away whenever quickly. It is abnormal to think that one uncovered flank, 1 second of overconfidence, one misstep in a river valley outside Paris may want to shift the direction of global history. But it did. The conflict of the man might not be as widely recognized today as some later battles, but it became the first extraordinary turning point of the primary global struggle. It didn't quit the conflict, it reshaped it, and because the trenches have been dug and the barbed wire rolled out, a brand new bankruptcy was starting, one that would outline the next 4 years of struggling and sacrifice. Chapter 8 Trench War begins existence within the dust. After the battle of the war modified form, Germany's dream of a short victory had collapsed, and both aspects have been left scrambling to figure out what to do subsequent. The German armies no longer at the offensive commenced digging in, now not due to the fact they wanted to, but due to the fact they needed to. The land that they had received had to be held, and if the enemy turned into going to try and take it, return that they had ensure it wouldn't be easy at the start. The trenches have been simply shallow ditches dug with the aid of hand, slightly extensive, sufficient for a person to lie in. However, as days was weeks and weeks into months, these ditches grew deeper, wider, and extra complicated timber planks had been laid down to stroll on. Sandbags were stacked for canopy. Dugouts have been carved into the sides for refuge. What started out as a temporary answer have become an everlasting fact, and it wasn't just the Germans. The French and British armies, knowing they could not damage through the German lines, started constructing trenches of their own. Quickly, a line of trenches stretched from the North Sea to the Swiss border, hundreds of miles of dust, twine, and misery. This was the Western, the front, and it would slightly pass for the next 4 years' life. Inside the trenches wasn't just difficult, it became hell. Imagine waking up each day surrounded through mud, not just normal dust, however thick, sticky, stinking dust that clung in your boots, soaked your clothes, and swallowed whatever that touched the ground. Rain made the whole thing worse. Trenches could flood, water would upward push above your ankles every so often. On your knees, infantrymen needed to sleep standing up, leaning against the walls, due to the fact mendacity down intended being soaked. And then there were the rats, big competitive rats, that thrived inside the trenches. They consumed rubbish, leftover food, or even the lifeless. They would crawl over sound asleep squaddies, chunk on uniforms, and bite if disturbed. No one ought to get away. Them infantrymen attempted capturing them, stabbing them, even hitting them with shovels. But they kept coming. Disorder was everywhere. One of the worst was trench foot, a circumstance because of standing in bloodless, wet conditions for too lengthy. The pores and skin on a soldier's feet could rot, turn black, and in excessive instances cause amputation. Hygiene became nearly not possible. There have been no toilets, just holes in the ground. Flies swarmed anywhere typhus and lice outbreaks have been not unusual. The stench of sweat, mud, rotting flesh, and unwashed bodies filled the air. Meals became some other daily battle elements needed to be brought to the front lines beneath enemy fireplace. So food were frequently primary, and bloodless hard biscuits, tins of bully red meat, and susceptible tea were not unusual on occasion. The food changed into moldy or filled with maggots. Fresh meat and greens where rare water had to be carried in, and often tasted of chlorine introduced to kill bacteria. However, worse than all of that changed into the steady danger of loss of life. Trenches would possibly appear like protection, however, they have been also loss of life traps. Artillery shells exploded above and round them, sending lethal shrapnel in each direction. Snipers watched from throughout no guy's land, looking forward to the slightest motion. A soldier lifting his head above the parapet, even for a second, risked being shot. Fuel attacks have become a terrifying new weapon. Without warning, clouds of chlorine or mustard gasoline would float in, burning lungs, blinding eyes, and leaving squaddies choking or worse. There was no genuine safety. Sometimes an order would come down put together to move over the top that intended climbing out of the ditch and charging throughout no man's land. In the direction of the enemy traces no guy's land was a desolate tract, craters from shells, barbed twine, dust, and the bodies of the fallen charging through. It turned into nearly suicidal system weapons, mowed down entire waves of men earlier than they reached halfway. Some assaults lasted minutes, others changed into hours of horror. And when it turned into over whether the assault succeeded or failed, the squaddies returned to the trenches. If they made it again alive, the intellectual toll of trench conflict became simply as brutal as the bodily infantrymen lived with steady worry of the subsequent shell, fear of the next fuel attack, fear of being referred to as up for an attack. Many advanced what became called shell surprise, what we'd now name PTSD. They had shake uncontrollably, end up mute, lose the potential to stroll or speak. A few might scream in their sleep, others became numb, indifferent from truth. Docs failed to always realize the way to deal with them, and often didn't strive. But by some means, regardless of all this, infantrymen endured. They constructed exercises to live to tell the tale. They wrote letters, they joked, they cleaned their guns, shaved, performed playing cards, and sang songs. Christmas 1914 even introduced something surprising in some regions along the front. Squaddies from both facets climbed out in their trenches, met within the middle, and exchanged items. They performed football, shared food, sang together. For a short second, the struggle paused, and humanity broke via the insanity. But moments like that had been rare and short-lived. As the struggle dragged on, the trenches grew deeper, the wire thicker, and the assaults extra lethal. Engineers introduced more functions, dugouts that went deep, underground command posts, subject hospitals, ammo garage. Trenches had been organized into structures, front lines, help trenches, reserve trenches, all linked with the aid of trenches. Transferring via them changed into like navigating a maze. Still, the fundamental lifestyles of a trench soldier remained unchanged. Wet, cold, hungry, afraid. Rotations helped. Squaddies did not stay within the front line forever. Commonly, they spent some days on the front, then have been turned around to a reserve trench, then to the rear for quick relaxation. But even inside the rear, they may pay attention. The weapons, even at the back of the lines, they were not surely safe. And for those left at domestic, the truth of trench life was difficult to imagine. Posters and propaganda painted war as heroic. Newspapers gave short updates with little element. But the letters dispatched again from the front told an extraordinary story, some filled with cheer and optimism, others with depression. Households waited for information. A few acquired letters, others received telegrams with the phrases, "We regret to inform you." Trench battle wasn't limited to just one vicinity, although most famously associated with the Western. The front trenches additionally appeared in parts of Japanese Europe, the center, east, and different fronts. However, it changed into in France and Belgium. That the line stayed stuck and trench lifestyles became the image of the war. Generals and politicians, again domestic, nonetheless hoped for breakthroughs. They launched big offensives, throwing masses of thousands of men into warfare, trying to break the deadlock. However, again and again, they failed. The fee was awful. Fields soaked with blood for the benefit of some 100 yards, then a counterattack would push it back inside the trenches. The soldiers called it the meat grinder. Nevertheless, they observed orders, they fought, they died, and that they waited through 1915. It had become clear that trench battle wasn't only a brief section. It turned into the brand new, everyday, the battle that changed into supposed to be fast and glorious had turned out to be slow and ugly. Nobody had planned for this. No person had imagined it might move on this lengthy, and no person knew a way to cease it. New weapons have been delivered to try and smash the Stalemate poisoned gasoline flamethrowers, greater effective artillery. However, these made the trenches more terrible, not less. Tanks could appear later, however, now not yet. And now not in a way that, without a doubt, changed the struggle. The world had entered a new sort of warfare, now not certainly one of sweeping cavalry fees or noble jewels, but one among dust wire noise, and waiting a battle of persistence, of attrition, of survival in the long-run trench warfare, defined the first global struggle. Greater than some other element it became, in which thousands and thousands of men lived, fought, and died. It changed into wherein hope faded and horror have become regular, and it became where a technology was modified for all time, not simply by way of the bullets and bombs, however, via what they persevered on a daily basis, inside the mud beneath fireplace hopping, to make it home. Bankruptcy 9. The Western, the front. A struggle of attrition by the point trench warfare had taken maintain. The Western Front turned into not about formidable movements or fast victories. It had become something darker, something slower, and far extra painful. This turned into no longer a conflict of approach or clever planning. It had become a battle of sporting the alternative aspect down, a conflict of attrition. The purpose wasn't to outsmart the enemy, it became to outsurvive them. After the trenches had been dug from the North Sea to the Swiss border, each aspects dug in actually and mentally. Generals ordered attacks hopping, that just one large push ought to ruin the enemy's line, simply one offensive that could create a gap, result in a breakthrough, and end the struggle. But that in no way sincerely befell. What did happen was hundreds on occasion, hundreds of men, loss of life for just a few yards of floor, and even whilst floor changed into gained, it changed into frequently lost again days later in a counterattack time. And again this cycle repeated. Every assault began. The equal artillery might pound the enemy trenches for hours, once in a while days. The idea turned into to break their defenses, flatten their cord, and kill as many squaddies as feasible before the infantry moved in. Shells screamed overhead, exploding with deafening booms, sending shrapnel flying. The floor shook, the sky grew to become with smoke, and trenches had been decreased to rubble. Then got here the whistles. Squaddies might climb over the pinnacle and price throughout no guy's land. They bumped into gunfire, barbed wire, and shell holes. Many never even made it midway. System weapons reduced them down in seconds. People who did attain the enemy line observed that the artillery had regularly finished less damage than hoped. The barbed cord changed into nonetheless there the trenches, nevertheless complete of enemy infantrymen equipped to combat. And while the attack failed, and most did, the survivors stumbled, returned through the mud wounded, shaken, and less in variety. Then the next day it'd manifest time and again. And once more. That is what made the Western, the front, so frightening. It wasn't just one large, terrible conflict. It became a constant grind of small assaults, big offensives, surprise raids, and infinite shelling, a wave of death and destruction. And not using a result in sight. It wasn't simply soldiers who suffered. The land itself turned into destroyed trees, were shredded into splinters. Fields changed into barren, cratered wastelands. Complete villages have been decreased to piles of stone. Not anything inexperienced remained. No birds, no animals, simply mud and silence among the thunder of explosions. And via it all the guys remained in the trenches. A few were new recruits, barely trained, scared of what became to come. Others had been veterans, hardened through months or years of war, numb to the horror around them. Each soldier carried the burden of fear, worry of being killed, worry of being wounded, fear of going over the top, worry of never seeing domestic again. Casualties weren't usually as a result of fight, disorder, injuries, and exposure. Claimed many lives, so did despair. Some squaddies broke down completely, some refused to go forward, some tried to injure themselves just to get away the front. Others in no way came back from a patrol or disappeared inside the nighttime, ate up by darkness and fear. And but for every guy lost, any other was dispatched to update him. The warfare machine stored grinding international locations back home started out to sense the stress. At the start, humans had been complete of wish. They believed in victory. They cheered their squaddies, however, because the months exceeded and the casualty lists grew. That wish commenced to vanish. Streets that when rang with parades and songs had become packed with silence, and mourning women wore black. Children asked whilst their fathers would come home. The solutions never came. Government's new morale changed into dropping. They used posters and speeches to maintain the public on their side. They known as for sacrifice, obligation, and courage. Newspapers informed stories of heroism. But the fact was more difficult to hide. So many were death, so few profits have been being made. And nevertheless, the front failed to move. One of the maximum infamous examples of this countless suffering came in 1916, on the Battle of the Germans launched a huge assault on the French traces, hopping to bleed France white, to kill so many French infantrymen that the country could fall apart. The French, knowing They couldn't have the funds for to lose vowed to hold the line, no matter what observed changed into one of the longest and bloodiest battles in history. For 10 months, the two sides fought over hills, forts, and villages. Trenches had been taken, lost, and taken once. More shells fell through the hundreds of thousands, our bodies piled up, but neither facet broke the value. Become astonishing, hundreds of lots of men have been killed or wounded for nearly no change in function. And nonetheless, the struggle dragged on. Later that year, the British launched their own predominant offensive. Alongside the Somme River, it changed into intended to alleviate pressure on the French at Verdun, and eventually smash via the German traces. The primary day of the warfare of the SA had become the bloodiest day in British Navy history. Over 57,000 British squaddies have been killed or wounded on day one. The conflict persisted for months. Villages were fought over one by one. Shells fell nighttime, and day rain turned the whole lot to sludge by way of the give-up. Extra than 1 million guys from all aspects were dead or wounded. And the front line, it had moved just a few miles. Those battles had been simply 2 examples. There have been many others unfastened, each one filled with horror, every one marked through mud, wire, blood, and pain. This became the fact of the Western Front, a warfare that had turned out to be a meat grinder, an area where human lives have been spent like bullets, a battle of numbers, of supply lines, of sheer patience. Generals stored, making plans, new assaults, new strategies, new weapons. However, the middle of it in no way changed. Guys have been sent ahead. Many did no longer go back. And while it become over, another plan commenced. This wasn't the sort of war each person had predicted earlier. The 1914 wars had been brief, with brief battles and decisive outcomes. This becomes something else completely, a warfare where victory wasn't measured by means of territory won, but by how many enemy squaddies you may kill, and whether you could hold preventing longer than they ought to. That's what made it a warfare of attrition. Germany believed that if they could keep pressure on France and Britain lengthy enough, the one's nations could disintegrate. France believed that with enough willpower, they may push the Germans out. Britain thought that superior sources would in the end wear down the relevant powers. Everybody was hopping that just a little greater sacrifice would bring victory, but none of them clearly knew whilst it might cease, or how a good deal greater might be misplaced before it did. And as the years handed, the value saved growing. Millions of soldiers useless, thousands and thousands greater wounded, many with injuries they would convey for lifestyles, limbs misplaced, faces disfigured, minds shattered, complete cities lower back, domestic emptied of younger guys. The warfare changed into now not about ideals or reasons. It was approximately survival. It was about enduring one more bombardment, maintaining one more trench, digging in and maintaining on. And nonetheless, even within the darkest days, soldiers found methods to cope. They shared cigarettes, they wrote poetry, they located humor in small matters, nicknames, songs, jokes, anything to make the times bearable, to remind themselves that they have been nevertheless human in a global that had forgotten what that intended by means of now. It turned into clean to every person. This battle could not quit. With one brilliant victory it might cease, whilst one facet should not continue, while the burden of loss of life, loss, and destruction have become too much to endure. And at the Western, the front, that weight grew heavier with every passing day. Bankruptcy. 10. The Japanese, the front struggle on a significant scale, even as the Western Front was locked in a brutal stalemate, full of trenches, mud, and unending artillery barges. Every other struggle become unfolding. A ways to the east it appeared one of a kind. It felt extraordinary, but it turned into just as lethal. The Eastern Front, stretching across hundreds of miles of land, saw empires collide in a conflict that changed into large in scale, chaotic in movement, and devastating in its personal manner. Here it wasn't just about some yards of land. It became approximately sweeping offensives that included hundreds of miles, large plains in which armies should pass, regroup, and strike again. There had been fewer trenches. The front became extra fluid, but that didn't make it any less violent in many methods. It became even more unpredictable. At the coronary heart of all of it, become the Russian Empire, with a massive populace and great army, and a deep sense of responsibility to shield its popularity. And its allies, Russia, had entered the warfare quickly after the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, and the chain reaction that accompanied. They mobilized to defend Serbia, to honor alliances, and to forestall German and ambitions. However, there has been a hassle. Russia's military turned into big, however, now not well prepared. Many soldiers didn't actually have right rifles. Some needed to anticipate others to fall and struggle just to pick out up a weapon. The U.S. was struggling with old infrastructure, poor communication, and vulnerable management. The generals often made bold movements without the sources to return them up. Still, in the early days of the struggle, Russia moved speedy. Very fast. In August 1914, Russian forces amazed all people with the aid of launching a massive assault into East Prussia, German territory. The Germans hadn't anticipated any such quick circulate, and scrambled to reply. At first it looked like Russia may have the top hand. Russian armies superior from exclusive instructions, threatening to overwhelm. The German forces stuck in among, however. Then got here the war of the Germans led via generals, and controlled to intercept Russian communications. They found out exactly what the Russians were planning, and used that statistics to their gain in a remember of days. They encircled and destroyed one of the Russian armies, taking pictures, tens of lots of prisoners. It turned into a crushing defeat for Russia, and a main increase for German morale. Nevertheless, even after the Russians stored pushing the Eastern Front, wasn't approximately one war determining everything. It became a constant backward and forward, with one facet gaining ground, then dropping it. Cities and cities had been taken, then abandoned. Complete regions were fought over multiple instances, not like the narrow strip of trenches inside the West. This the front stretched for loads of miles from the Baltic Sea inside the north to the mountains inside the south. The Empire, Germany's ally, had its own problems. They struggled badly within the early months of the warfare. Their attempts to invade Serbia failed repeatedly. Their campaigns in opposition to Russia went poorly. 2 armies had been pushed return time, and again struggling. Heavy losses, morale collapsed, command systems broke down. It became clear that Austria-Hungary would not be able to manage the Japanese struggle without German help, so Germany stepped in collectively. The Central Powers launched joint offensives to regain misplaced territory. One of the most huge was the offensive in 1915. It changed into a prime German-led attack that punched through Russian traces in present-day Poland. The Russians had been pressured into a big retreat, abandoning massive regions of land. Cities fell, railroads have been lost, and tens of lots of Russian infantrymen have been captured or killed. It changed into one of the maximum hit offensives of the battle, as much as that factor. However, like the whole thing in this war, success came with a value. Villages had been destroyed, civilians had been stuck in the middle. Many compelled to flee their homes, others had been arrested, carried out, or deported. The warfare did not simply ruin armies, it ruined lives. The dimensions of the front meant that battles were not as predictable or contained as they had been in the West. There had been times when entire armies have been surrounded or reduced off, virtually due to the huge distances and bad conversation. Deliver lines had been stretched. Skinny squaddies, once in a while marched for days without food or relaxation. Trenches weren't usually an option inside the huge open countryside, so squaddies dug in wherever they might, at the back of trees, in frozen ditches, or among ruins. The climate made everything worse. Winters in the east were brutally cold. Snowstorms swept through the battlefield. Infantrymen iced over in their coats, their boots stiff with ice. System failed within the bloodless horses collapsed. Even guns jammed within the summer heat baked the land, and disease unfold quick through camps. Typhus and lice plagued the troops. Dying didn't always come from bullets. What made the Eastern, the front mainly tragic, become the human fee outdoor of warfare. Tens of millions of civilians lived in the war zones. They had no getaway. A few had been stuck in the center of artillery hearth. Others were pressured to feed and residence squaddies, or flee their houses, with only what they may deliver. Entire groups were uprooted. Some had been accused of spying or supporting the enemy, and confronted harsh punishments. Every now and then execution without trial. Ethnic tensions brought every other layer of ache. The Eastern Front stretched throughout regions with combined populations: Poles, Jews, Ukrainians, Lithuanians, and extra. Within the chaos of battle, suspicion and hatred boiled over, and forced relocations had become not unusual. Civilians often paid the charge for the decisions made by way of generals loads of miles away. Russia, already struggling to modernize before the struggle started to crack beneath the pressure, factories couldn't preserve up with call for transport systems broke down. Squaddies went into conflict without rifles or proper garb. A few had no boots, others had just a few bullets a day. Meal shortages hit each the military and the human beings again. Domestic hunger, unfold frustration grew to become to anger. Via 1916, the Russian Navy had suffered tens of millions of casualties. But the battle persisted. The Russian human beings started out to lose faith in their leaders. The Nicholas II insisted on Maine the Navy himself, despite the fact that he had little military enjoy his decisions made things worse. On the equal time, political unrest became growing. Protests broke out, strikes paralyzed towns. Modern ideas began to unfold through the populace, And even through the army ranks, meanwhile, Germany and Austria-Hungary had been also exhausted. Their victories at the Eastern Front got here with a price. They needed to preserve sending troops east, weakening their forces in the west, the size of the front, the need to occupy captured regions. And the steady motion made the whole thing greater, complicated. Even victories didn't feel like victories anymore, and still, in spite of all of this battles. Saved. Occurring in 1916, the Russians released a huge assault referred to as the offensive. It became one of their most successful operations of the warfare. Using marvel techniques and improved coordination, Russian forces broke via traces and advanced deep into enemy territory. It stunned the valuable powers and confirmed that even after years of loss, Russia ought to nonetheless strike. Difficult, however. It wasn't enough to trade the struggle. The offensive priced Russia dearly. The army turned into exhausted. Substances ran low. Infantrymen were demoralized, and even as they were shaken, the Germans stepped in once again to prevent the Russian develop. The traces stabilized. The struggle dragged on the Eastern Front, had its own rhythm, rapid, huge, chaotic. It did not have the static trenches of France and Belgium, but it had its own type of horror: villages, worn-out armies, damaged civilians, overwhelmed underneath the load of moving fronts and taking flight forces. And through it all, experienced that, irrespective of how a ways one side advanced, nothing ever definitely modified. By the end of 1916, each facets were nearing fall apart. The soldiers have been tired, the human beings had been ravenous, the governments were losing manage. And in Russia, something some distance extra dangerous than an overseas army became brewing: revolution. The struggle within the East had driven Russia to its limits. Soon the one's limits would snap. And when they did, everything could trade, not just for the Jap front, but for the whole warfare. Chapter 11: The Ottoman Empire enters the war. How the Middle East became a brand new battlefield. After years of slow burning decline, the Ottoman Empire was no longer the mighty pressure it had once been. By the time the primary international warfare exploded across Europe in 1914, many considered the Ottomans the ill man of Europe. Their empire stretched throughout the Middle East, North Africa, and elements of Europe. However, it became riddled with inner issues, ethnic divisions, and political uncertainty. Nonetheless, it held strategic significance. The empire's region controlled vital alternate routes, waterways, and territories that both facets of the warfare desperately cared approximately, and as the preventing intensified across Europe's battlefields and Russia's good-sized plains, it had become clear the Ottomans wouldn't continue to be on the sidelines for long. At the begin of the warfare, the Ottoman management become torn. Some desired to stay neutral, not drag the empire into a European battle. Others, particularly the ones in the ruling elite known as the Young Turks, believed becoming a member of the battle could repair the empire's strength. They saw it as an opportunity. If the Ottomans joined the proper facet, perhaps they may get better. Lost lands benefit new ones and re-establish. There have an impact on, but the query was which aspect. Britain, France, and Russia were effective, but the Ottomans had a long and sour history with Russia. The two empires had fought numerous wars over territory within and the Balkans. Russia had continually wanted manipulate over the Turkish Straits, and the vital waterways connecting the Black Sea to the Mediterranean. Dropping those would have crippled the Ottoman Empire. There has been deep distrust. The Ottomans didn't need to help an antique enemy grow stronger. So, whilst Germany came knocking, they listened. Germany had been dating the Ottoman Empire for years, sending army advisors, making an investment in railroads, and constructing financial ties. The Germans supplied present-day guns, training, and guarantees. If the Ottomans joined, the important powers, Germany stated they could shield Ottoman territory, and perhaps even assist them in large. It became a tempting provide, especially as German armies scored early victories, and Russia seemed shaky. Secret negotiations started. But the final push got here within the shape of two German warships. In August 1914, simply days after the war started, effective German cruisers and the fled from British pursuit within the Mediterranean. They raced closer to in search of safe haven. The Ottomans allowed them in, claiming they had purchased the ships from Germany, even giving them new names and flying Ottoman flags. But anyone knew the truth. They have been nevertheless German ships with German crews. When those ships later bombarded Russian ports within the Black Sea, it had become apparent the Ottomans had been coming into the warfare, and that they had picked their facet in overdue. October 1914. The Ottoman Empire formally joined the crucial powers. Almost immediately, the war unfolded past Europe. The center, east, the Caucasus, and parts of North Africa became new. The antique Ottoman territories, already beneath strain from inner revolts and colonial targets, have been approximately to be pulled into a far large typhoon. One of the first foremost fronts became the Caucasus, in which Ottoman forces faced off in opposition to Russia. The terrain changed into harsh mountains, deep snow, and sour cold. Many Ottoman soldiers weren't nicely prepared for iciness situations. Their management made terrible strategic decisions. In early 1915, they released an ambitious offensive at Hopping to trap Russian forces off Shield. However, it became a disaster. The plan turned into over-complex materials, ran out infantrymen iced over to loss of life in the snow. The Russians attacked tens of hundreds of Ottoman troops have been misplaced. However, the defeat failed to simply harm the navy. It additionally had horrifying effects for civilians. After the catastrophe, Ottoman leaders blamed nearby Armenian groups, accusing them of assisting the Russians. Suspicion became to violence in 1915. The Ottoman authorities started a brutal marketing campaign of mass arrests, compelled deportations, and killings. What followed became one of the darkest chapters of the warfare, the Armenian genocide. Over 1 million Armenians have been driven from their homes, sent on death marches, or done outright. The empire used the quilt of conflict to carry out what it called relocation, but in truth it became systematic destruction. Families had been torn aside, complete villages had been worn out, and the world fed on via the chaos of world struggle, usually regarded away. In the meantime, other components of the Ottoman Empire have been erupting into war within the West. British and French strategists searched for methods to knock the Ottomans out of the warfare. Quickly, one idea was to attack the and manipulate of the Straits. If successful, it'd open a supply route to Russia and place direct stress on Istanbul. The result changed into the Gallipoli marketing campaign, a prime amphibious assault with the aid of Allied forces. In 1915, British, French, Australian, and New Zealand troops landed at the Gallipoli Peninsula, looking ahead to a short victory. What they were given become months of bloodshed. The Ottomans, underneath the leadership of military commander who could later become referred to as Dug-in, and fought fiercely. The terrain changed into steep and rocky. The Allies struggled to advance. Materials have been confined. Ailments spread. The marketing campaign turned into a brutal stalemate, eerily just like the Western Front. After nearly of preventing and over 250,000 casualties on each aspect, the Allies gave up, and Gallipoli have become a symbol of each heroic resistance and military failure for the Ottomans. It was an unprecedented and essential victory, a signal that they may still guard their place of origin. But the struggle did not prevent there. The Middle East became a massive transferring battlefield. In Mesopotamia, contemporary day Iraq, British forces invaded Ottoman territory to comfortable oil elements and guard change routes to India. At the beginning, the British superior speedy, taking key towns and pushing towards Baghdad, but they overextended. In 1916, an entire British Indian army changed into surrounded and compelled to give up at the city of it, changed into one of the worst defeats. The British suffered within the battle. The Ottomans held robust, but like anywhere else, their victories got here at a horrible price. And as the battle dragged on, cracks started out to seem. The Ottoman Empire turned into combating on too many fronts with too few sources. Its economy became collapsing. Meals shortages were rampant. Disorder and famine unfold across towns and geographical region alike. The army became stretched. Skinny. Materials couldn't attain remote regions, and within the deserts of Arabia, something surprising became stirring. The British, hopping to weaken the Ottomans from within, commenced supporting Arab nationalist movements. Many Arab leaders had grown envious of Ottoman rule, mainly as Turkish officers attempted to centralize energy. The British promised independence in change for rebellion with British weapons, gold, and the help of officers like Lawrence Hire, referred to as Lawrence of Arabia. Arab warring parties released assaults against Ottoman garrisons and railways. It wasn't a massive military, but it created chaos, pressured the Ottomans to divert troops, and undermined their manipulate in key areas. Returned in Istanbul, the authorities hung on, but the prices were unbearable. Loads of heaps had died. The nation-state become devastated. Many components of the empire have been beneath foreign profession or in open rebellion, but nevertheless the Ottomans stored combating. They had thrown their lot in with Germany and Austria-Hungary, and they had been in too deep to pull out now. By using 1917, things were falling aside. The British retook Reduce and marched into Baghdad and Palestine. They advanced step by step north, pushing Ottoman forces back in the Arabian Peninsula. Insurrection fighters seized towns and disrupted deliver strains one after the other. Ottoman territories slipped away. The empire turned into bleeding out. Then in 1918, the entirety unraveled. Germany changed into getting collapse, turned into falling aside, and the Ottomans, exhausted and broken, ultimately gave in October 1918, they signed an armistice with the Allies. The warfare turned into over for them at the least, however, the peace might be just as painful because the struggle itself. After the armistice, Allied forces occupied parts of the empire. The as soon as amazing Ottoman realm was divided through overseas powers, the British and French, carved up the center east, drawing new borders with little regard for history, lifestyle, or identification. The promises made to Arab leaders were damaged, tensions simmered, revolts flared up, and a younger Turkish nationalist motion, led again by means of could quickly upward thrust to resist overseas control for the Ottoman Empire global battle. Used to be the final blow. It failed to simply lose territory. It ceased to exist in its vicinity. New countries could upward thrust, borders might be redrawn. And a century of conflict within the Middle East might start. The war had grew to become the location right into a battlefield. But the real effects were most effective just beginning. The Ottoman decision to go into the conflict had regarded like a ambitious move for survival and healing. However, by using the stop, it had destroyed the very factor it aimed to shop. The center east became all the time changed, and the legacy of that choice might echo lengthy after the last shot became fired. Chapter 12. Gallipoli. The Allies failed by early 1915. The warfare had already down into a brutal and bloody stalemate at the Western Front. Soldiers had been digging deep into trenches, neither aspect making any real development. The Japanese front changed into massive and chaotic, and the Ottoman Empire had now joined the conflict, beginning up new fronts. Center East and the Caucasus, but regardless of all of the movement, the war turned into stuck. The Allies, mainly Britain, France, and Russia, wanted a manner to break the impasse. They wished a bold move, something that might knock one of the crucial powers out of the war and shift the balance. This is when the concept of Gallipoli changed into born. The plan commenced with a simple aim to open up a brand new the front, with the aid of attacking the Ottoman Empire from the south, with the aid of taking pictures. The strait, a slender strip of water that linked the Mediterranean Sea to the Sea of the Allies, was hopping to open a deliver direction to Russia, which changed into walking low on weapons and ammunition greater than that. They believed a success assault could knock the Ottomans out of the conflict totally. It sounded ambitious, however. It also regarded manageable. The Ottomans had already proven signs of weakness, in particular after the catastrophe. At Allied leaders believed that with a sturdy naval attack and a brief land invasion, they could take the Straits, march toward the Ottoman capital of Constantinople, and pressure a surrender. Churchill, who became First Lord of the Admiralty at the time, changed into one of the largest supporters of the plan. He pushed tough for a naval assault at the convinced that a show of power from the sea should ruin through Ottoman defenses. In February 1915, the British and French navies started bombarding Ottoman forts alongside the straits. At the start, the operation regarded promising. The preliminary bombardments broken a few forts and pushed lower back Ottoman gunners. But the deeper the Allied ships moved into the straits, the more problems they encountered. The Ottomans had laid mines inside the water, and their coastal defenses had been more potent than expected. On March 18th, a prime attack by means of Allied warships led to catastrophe. Numerous battleships had been sunk or badly broken through mines and artillery. The approach had failed. It had become clear that a land invasion would be needed if the Allies desired to take manage of the so. The plan modified. Rather than relying solely on ships, the Allies decided to land troops on the Gallipoli Peninsula, which formed the northern bank of the strait. If they may secure the peninsula, they may silence the Ottoman guns and permit their military to bypass via. The concept sounded logical on paper, but in exercise, it was one of the most tragic and poorly done campaigns of the entire warfare. On April 25, 1915, lots of Allied troops began landing on the shores of Gallipoli. The principal landings came about in several places, which includes Cape at the southern tip, and a narrow seashore later referred to as Anzac Cove. The infantrymen got here from every British Empire, British troops, French colonial forces, Indian regiments, and the newly shaped Anzacs, which stood for the Australian and New Zealand Army Corps for a lot of them. This became their first experience of combat. They'd educated for months and were informed that the Ottomans would be weak and disorganized. But the reality became very exceptional. The Ottomans were equipped. They had been looking the Allied preparations and had dug in alongside the cliffs and ridges under the management of commanders like who might later emerge as the founder of modern-day Turkey. They prepared strong defensive positions while the Allied troops got here ashore. They faced steep terrain, device gun fireplace from above, and chaotic landings. The beaches were slender, exposed, and supplied little cover. Many soldiers failed to even make it off the boats, what became purported to be a quick and decisive strike. was a nightmare. The fighting quick settled into the identical grim pattern. Because the Western Front trenches have been dug, squaddies confronted consistent shelling, sniper fireplace, and brutal hand-to-hand fight. The terrain changed into rocky and dry in summer, season freezing, and muddy in winter. Elements have been scarce. Smooth water changed into confined flies, lice, and ailment, made lifestyles inside the trenches miserable. The heat added clouds of bugs, and the stench of unburied our bodies. The bloodless introduced frostbite, and pneumonia. Soldiers suffered, and heaps died, not simply from bullets and bombs, however, from infections and exhaustion. The Allies had absolutely underestimated the Ottomans' capacity to resist every attempt to strengthen, met with fierce counterattacks. Even small gains got here at a massive price, the high floor especially. Key ridges and hills like undergo and remained in Ottoman fingers, giving them a regular advantage. For months the two sides traded fireplace, but made nearly no actual development. It became trench struggle another time in an exclusive setting. One of the maximum infamous moments got here in August 1915. During a huge Allied offensive intended to interrupt the stalemate, the plan turned into to attack more than one factors immediately, and sooner or later capture the ridges. The fighting was intense, mainly round a place known as Lone Pine, wherein Australian troops captured Ottoman trenches after days of close combat. However, the broader offensive failed. The Ottomans hung on. Heaps of guys died for just a few hundred yards of ground. It had become clear the Allies weren't going to win, because the months dragged on. Morale collapsed. Troops who had arrived full of electricity now spent their days in fear, and misery. Commanders rotated inside and out. Techniques shifted constantly. However, the state of affairs failed to trade. Materials ran dangerously low. Winter arrived, bringing rain, snow, and flooding. Trenches packed with water. Soldiers froze of their boots. Still no step forward came. Via December 1915, after 8 long months of combating, Allied leaders made the painful decision to evacuate. The marketing campaign had failed. Quietly and carefully they started pulling troops off the peninsula. To their wonder, the evacuation itself went smoothly, perhaps the most effective part of the complete marketing campaign that labored as planned through January 1916. The remaining Allied troops had left Gallipoli. The operation changed into, over the cost, become marvelous, more than 250,000. Allied soldiers were killed, wounded, or long gone, lacking. The Ottoman losses had been just as high for each foot of ground won or lost. Heaps had paid with their lives, and yet the front line slightly moved. Gallipoli had done none of its goals. The remained below Ottoman control. The supply path to Russia stayed blocked, and the concept of knocking the Ottomans out of the conflict become long gone for the Allies. Gallipoli changed into an embarrassment. It exposed terrible planning, underestimation of the enemy, and the horrible price of overconfidence. Churchill, who had championed the marketing campaign, turned into compelled to renounce from his post. Many puzzled how this kind of failure should manifest, and the way such a lot of lives had been thrown away for so little benefit. However, for the Ottoman Empire, it becomes something special. Gallipoli turned into a rare second of triumph. Against all odds, they had defended their place of origin. The victory gave them a morale boost at a time when their empire changed into an any other case crumbling. It additionally launched the rise of whose management in the course of the marketing campaign made him a countrywide hero and set the level for his destiny position, because the leader of contemporary Turkey for Australia and New Zealand, Gallipoli, have become a defining national moment. Although the marketing campaign had failed, the courage and sacrifice of the Anzac squaddies have become a source of pleasure. April 25th, the day of the touchdown, have become Anzac Day, a countrywide day of remembrance. The marketing campaign marked the start of a developing countrywide identification separate from the British Empire. It turned into a painful beginning. However, it mattered deeply within the broader tale of the struggle. Gallipoli stands as a sad instance of ways strategy, ambition, and human lives can collide. It changed into a determined attempt to alternate the direction of a worldwide struggle. However, rather than a breakthrough, it delivered best loss and suffering. It confirmed that even in new locations with new procedures and exceptional terrain, the battle still followed the same brutal regulations. Plans should cross wrong, squaddies would die in droves, and that the front lines might live stubbornly. Nevertheless, as the Allies licked their wounds and regrouped elsewhere, the conflict dragged on. The Western, the front remained locked in its sluggish grind. The Jap front become falling apart. The Middle East would hold to burn with rebellion and invasion, and in the ghosts of 1915 would linger lengthy after the guns fell silent. Chapter 13: Warfare at Sea, Blockades and Submarines. As the echoes of artillery dwindled from the rocky shores of Gallipoli, the struggle's brutal common sense persevered someplace else on land battles dragged on throughout Europe and past. However, any other front much less visible, yet deeply effective, turned into unfolding throughout the oceans. The war at sea changed into now not defined by trenches or territory, however, by control over alternate supplies and the invisible arteries that stored countries alive. It wasn't just infantrymen at the front traces who trusted those routes. Whole economies, civilians, and armies waited anxiously for the ships that delivered food, gasoline, guns, and medication. And at some stage, in world struggle, the seas have become just as deadly because the fields of France, deserts of the center, east on the heart of this naval conflict have been principal strategies: the British blockade and Germany's use of submarines. Both facets understood that starving the enemy of resources will be just as effective as defeating them in battle. In case you could not get bullets to the front or bread to your humans, you could not win a warfare. So ships, large and small, army and civilian, all at once have become objectives in an international warfare for survival. Britain, with its powerful Royal Navy, had lengthy dominated the oceans. From the start of the struggle, the British centered on using this electricity to blockade Germany that intended surrounding German ports, stopping merchant ships, and reducing off access to the uncooked substances. Germany wished coal, iron, oil, nitrates for explosives, rubber. Those weren't luxuries. They were lifelines. Without them, German factories would pass silent, infantrymen might move hungry, and the warfare attempt could disintegrate from the blockade wasn't only a few ships floating close to Germany. It changed into big and British warships patrolled the North Sea, inspected cargo from impartial international locations, and intercepted something that would potentially support Germany. It became sluggish, methodical, and over the years, brutally effective. German imports dropped dramatically. Civilian shortages started to chew the economic system, strained beneath stress. Through 1916 and 1917, humans in German towns were starting to be afflicted by actual hunger, shortages, and cold winters with little gas. However, blockades reduce each ways Germany couldn't in shape the Royal Navy ship for deliver at the surface. Their fleet was present day, however much smaller. Rather, they grew to become to a one-of-a-kind sort of weapon, one that did not depend on large guns or towering metallic hulls. They used submarines, called short for U.S. a boot or undersea boat. These machines were silent hunters, able to lurk below the surface and strike without warning. And even as they had been small and prone, they were deadly. Inside the early months of the conflict, attacks had been limited and cautious. But as the British blockade tightened, Germany grew desperate to strike back. Submarines started out targeting merchant ships, bringing components to Britain and France. The purpose changed into clear: if they might sink enough shipment ships, they could starve the Allies, just as the British were seeking to starve them. Submarine war was terrifying. Service provider ships often did not stand a risk, could floor fire a torpedo and disappear again. There was no caution, no time to break out. Ships vanished under the waves in Mins, dragging shipment and grouped down with them. At first, Germany attempted to observe certain regulations, like giving crews time to abandon ship, but these guidelines quick dwindled because the struggle dragged on, and the stakes rose. One of the most infamous moments came in 1915, whilst a German sank the British ocean liner. The ship became carrying civilians, including ladies and kids, in addition to warfare materials. Nearly 120 humans died, along with 128 Americans. The assault sent surprise waves the world over. Germany argued that the ship had been sporting Navy shipment, and they were not wrong, but the lack of civilian lives become a PR disaster. It outraged public opinion, in particular inside the United States of America. For a time, Germany sponsored off from unrestricted submarine war, afraid of pushing neutral countries like the United States into the conflict. However, the pause didn't last. Via 1917, Germany changed into strolling out of options. The British blockade was strangling them, and the warfare on land became going nowhere. In desperation, they made a volatile decision. They resumed unrestricted submarine warfare that meant sinking any deliver army or civilian, allied or neutral, without caution. If it changed into headed to or from Britain, they knew it would provoke the. However, they believed they might sink enough ships rapid sufficient to interrupt Britain before the US should input the war and make a distinction. So they launched their maximum excessive marketing campaign. But they roamed the Atlantic, the English Channel, and the Mediterranean, hunting service provider convoys and patrol vessels. In early 1917 alone, loads of ships have been sunk. The losses had been stunning. Supplies started out going for walks dangerously low. In Britain, there have been fears of famine, of collapse. It appeared for a moment like the German approach might clearly work. But the Allies tailored one of the maximum important modifications, became the advent of convoys corporations of merchant ships escorted by military vessels, by way of traveling together, included by means of destroyers, and armed ships. The percentages of surviving an attack improved dramatically. Submarines, after all, had been fragile in the event that they had been noticed. They will be forced to dive or even. Destroyed. The convoy device didn't stop all assaults, but it cut losses. Significantly mixed with better technology like sonar intensity costs and plane patrols, the Allies slowly started to show the tide. Nonetheless, the fee became enormous. Thousands of sailors, each military and civilian, lost their lives at sea. Crews sailed knowing they could in no way reach land. Once more, service provider mariners have become infantrymen of their own right, braving torpedoes and icy waters to maintain their countries alive. The battle at sea changed into not about glory, it became about patience. Every deliver that arrived properly meant another week of meals, some other load of ammunition, some other breath of hope, and the impact went beyond Europe. This became an international struggle, and the oceans connected all of its ships from India, Canada, Australia, and Africa, carried guys and materials. Colonial troops arrived via sea. Oil from the Middle East, rubber from Southeast Asia, grain from the Americas. It all flowed through these ocean routes. While ships had been sunk, the damage wasn't simply to the shipment, it disrupted entire economies. Coverage fees soared. Alternate routes shifted ports down the battle's ripple. Results reached anywhere, and the sea became the primary motorway. The German gamble, unleashing unrestricted submarine battle, in the long run backfired. In April 1917, only some months after the policy changed into resumed, the US declared battle on Germany. The assaults, mixed with different diplomatic missteps, just like the Zimmerman telegram, pushed the US into the conflict. And with the United States came sparkling troops, large commercial strength, and the potential to interrupt the stalemate that had defined the battle for years. In the end, the war at sea did not stop with one huge naval struggle. There was no or halfway as a substitute. It was a grinding, invisible war that wore each sides down. The British blockade had succeeded in choking Germany's financial system. German civilians suffered through what became called the turnip iciness, whilst real meals became so scarce that turnips replaced bread and meat in many households. Malnutrition, inflation, and unrest grew at the Allied facet. The convoy machine and American assist helped make certain that Britain and France did not crumble first. The seas had determined not anything outright, but they'd quietly formed the fate of tens of millions. When people consider world warfare, they often photo the trenches of the Western Front, the mud of Flanders, the fee at Gallipoli, or the vastness of the Eastern battles. But the conflict changed into also fought in silence, and inside the metal hulls of ships, and the bloodless depths where submarines waited. It became a war where transport lanes mattered as much as front. Traces a battle in which a single torpedo should have political results, a war wherein starvation, isolation, and supply were guns as actual as guns and fuel. And because the warfare dragged on towards its very last years, the struggle for the seas persisted, not usually visible, not always remembered, but essential to the outcome. The oceans had emerged as a theater of conflict, one where the destiny of nations depended on whether ships should preserve shifting via water darkened with the aid of chance. Chapter 14. The air warfare. The upward push of the fighter pilot. In the beginning, the plane seemed like just another device in the conflict. A charming invention, sure, however not something that could shape the path of a conflict. While world warfare, I started out, planes had been used basically for one easy challenge: watching pilots could fly above the battlefield and record back what they noticed: enemy troop positions, moves, deliver traces. It became a chicken's view that generals had never had before. Suddenly, armies could see past the horizon, however no person in the one's early days imagined. Skis could soon turn out to be a brand new battlefield, brutal and intimate, where guys in skinny air by myself, inside the clouds, armed with a gadget gun, a shaky engine, and nerves of metallic. Before everything, reconnaissance flights have been more often than not unopposed. Pilots from each aspects flew pretty effectively, waving to each other after they passed. But this odd civility failed to last. The statistics, the ones planes added, returned, become too valuable. The enemy had to be stopped from gathering it. And just like that, the age of the fighter pilot began. No longer grand strategy, however, as a desperate improvisation. Pilots began bringing pistols or rifles up with them to shoot at enemy planes. It was crude and largely useless attempt aiming a pistol at some other aircraft, even as flying at high speed within the outdoor. It changed into almost not possible. Then came the next step: mounting gadget weapons on planes. But even that wasn't as easy, because it sounds early planes had been normally biplanes, two wings stacked one above the alternative. and their propellers spun directly in the front of the pilot, firing a machine gun. Straight ahead, intended taking pictures proper via the propeller. No longer exactly a great idea for some time. Engineers tried to get across the hassle through mounting weapons on the higher wing, or having a second person, the observer man, a gun within the back of the aircraft, however, that still left the pilot with restrained firing manage. The breakthrough got here with a deadly innovation. Referred to as the synchronization equipment, it allowed a gadget gun to hearth through the spinning propeller without hitting the blades, by means of cautiously timing the pictures to the rotation. Right here it sounds like insanity, however. It worked, and it modified the whole thing. Now, for the first time, a single pilot should fly and fireplace within the equal path. Planes have become hunters. And in the skies over Europe, a brand new form of warrior become born. Dog combating rapid, deadly aerial combat had become a each-day part of life over the trenches. The planes had been small, light, and rather fragile, made primarily of timber and canvas. A single bullet within the right area may want to tear a wing or ignite the fuel tank. There were no parachutes in case your plane stuck fireplace or broke apart. In the sky that changed into the end, still younger men lined up to be fighter pilots. It turned into risky, sure, but it was additionally a threat to get away the mud, the rats, and the misery of the trenches inside the cockpit. You were not certainly one of many. You have been a lone warrior, a knight of the sky. A lot of these pilots had been barely out of college. They were bold, and keen to show themselves. The general public famous them. Newspapers wrote about them as heroes, giving them nicknames and turning them into legends, none extra so than they. German pilot von Richthofen called the Pink Baron, flying his brilliant pink triplane. He claimed 80 showed kills, 80 enemy planes shot down. He changed into calm, particular, and ruthlessly effective. The Allies feared him. His name had become a symbol of air superiority. But he wasn't by myself. The British had their personal aces like Albert B. and Edward. The French had Funk. And these men weren't simply fighting battles. They have been defining a new type of warfare within the air. The whole lot changed into distinct. Unlike at the ground, there had been no trenches, no cowl, no hiding. You noticed your enemy, and they noticed you. You rotated, climbed, dived, looped, and spun, each looking to get behind the other to hearth the prevailing shot. Those dog fights were rapid and disorienting, like dances of demise. Inside the clouds, pilots needed to grasp their machines. Absolutely, a small mistake, a slip, a stall, a misjudged turn meant loss of life. It wasn't just about being courageous. You needed to be professional, disciplined, and ad infinitum aware. Many pilots didn't survive lengthy sufficient to analyze. Life expectancy at the front for brand new pilots will be measured in weeks. However, those who did continue to exist, individuals who became aces, won status in a battle defined by way of muddy stalemates and mass death. Fighter pilots provided a rare picture of man or woman valor. They wore scarves, painted their planes with symbols or private, and became nearly like celebrities. A few kept diaries or wrote letters home describing their missions in detail, taking pictures. The abnormal, lonely terror of flying in combat. They weren't machines. They had been young guys dealing with loss of life in a way that become deeply personal. The planes themselves developed fast at the start of the war. Maximum planes should barely attain 80 with the aid of the cease. They were faster, sturdier, and higher armed. Engineers on each facets pushed aviation ahead in a race to outbuild the enemy. New varieties of engines, more potent airframes, higher guns, and advanced maneuverability gave pilots extra manipulate and velocity designs, just like the British Sop with Camel or the German Albatross became legendary for his or her stability of strength and agility. Every new version introduced with it new approaches, new possibilities, and new risks. However, the air battle wasn't pretty much one-on-one canine fights. As time went on, it had become extra-organized. Squadrons were fashioned, missions have been coordinated, and planes were assigned to specific tasks. A few were scouts, some have been opponents, and a few, perhaps maximum dangerously, have been bombers. These bombers flew over enemy strains, often at nighttime, dropping explosives on deliver depots, train stations, and even towns. They have been huge, slow, and susceptible, but their psychological impact was big. For the first time, the house the front wasn't safe. The struggle had come to the skies above human beings' homes to protect the bombers. Fighter planes needed to escort them. This caused larger air battles in which dozens of planes might clash straight away in a chaotic swarm of engine noise, gunfire, and spinning wings. The coordination needed become full-size. Pilots needed to work as groups, speaking with signals and tight formations. The photo of the pilot still existed, however, increasingly more fulfillment within the air. Trusted cooperation and discipline. Air superiority became an intention in itself. In case Your aspect controlled the sky. Your ground troops should circulate more freely. Your bombers ought to strike. Your eyes inside the air may want to see without worry. And as air energy grew, so did the technology on the floor. Anti-plane guns known as Archie by British pilots have been set up along the front. Those guns fired exploding shells into the sky, looking to hit or scare away enemy planes. They were not constantly accurate, but they made flying more dangerous. Soon search-lighting fixtures, barrage balloons, or even early radar-like structures were being advanced. The air warfare changed into turning into its personal battlefield whole, with its personal defenses, techniques, and rules still for all of the strategies, and planning much of air fight came all the way down to split 2D selections. You may spot an enemy plane 1,000 toes beneath and dive hopping to catch them off, protect, or you may find yourself all at once tailed with bullets ripping through the air just inches from your wings. Each flight changed into a raffle. Every venture might be your remaining, and the sky provided no mercy. There was no give up there, no danger to crawl away or disguise. It turned into simply you, your system, and the limitless blue. As the struggle dragged on, hundreds of young men died inside the skies above Europe. But they left at the back of extra than testimonies of bravery. They fashioned the future of war. International struggle I was the first main conflict to apply planes in fight. However, it would now not be the closing. The training learned at some stage in the ones years, the want for air dominance, the power of coordinated aerial attacks, the significance of velocity and marvel could define wars to come. The fighter pilot, once a reckless daredevil with a pistol in his hand, had emerged as something else entirely. He become now part of a complex developing air force. He turned into trained, examined, and supported by way of engineers, strategists, and ground crews. He flew machines that pushed the boundaries of what changed into possible. But in many ways he changed. Nonetheless, by myself, nevertheless hiking into the sky without. Sure, he might go back by means of the cease of the warfare. Air fight had changed for all time. What had started as simple reconnaissance had ended up a lethal duel within the clouds. Pilots had carved out a new area in battle, fast, cellular, and terrifying. And even though the trenches under still held most of the battle's horrors, the skis had claimed their proportion of blood and fire. The upward thrust of the fighter pilot become extra than a technological shift. It become a human one. It changed into approximately braveness, ability, and survival in a space where failure supposed. Falling from the sky, it turned into about younger guys mastering to master machines slightly older than themselves, and the use of them to fight battles that had no map, no trench lines, and no mercy. And it turned into about how battle once fought on land and sea had taken to the air for all time, converting the manner we think about war and the manner we fight bankruptcy. 15 life on the house, the front civilians at struggle, even as fighter pilots battled inside the skis and squatties fought and died. Within the trenches, another type of conflict turned into unfolding again. Domestic it turned into quieter, much less visible, however no less crucial. It changed into a battle fought in kitchens, factories, and neighborhoods. It became a battle of endurance, of sacrifice, of consistent waiting, and annoying for hundreds of thousands of civilians. Each day existence became a battlefield of its very own. The was now not a secure distance from the conflict. It had ended up a part of it. As the war dragged on, governments found out that victory couldn't be performed by way of armies by myself. It required the full aid of the population. Everyone needed to make contributions. Each person had to undergo. Regular life became fashioned with the aid of the needs of the war. Food, fuel, clothes, and even cleaning soap became precious. Rationing became introduced to make certain that everybody got just sufficient. And no greater. You couldn't just visit the store and buy what you desired. You needed to control cautiously. Meat, sugar, butter, and bread were constrained. Humans have been given ration books with stamps or coupons to govern how much they may buy. It wasn't clean. Households needed to stretch each meal. Housewives have become professionals at doing greater, with much less changing meat with lentils, making cakes without eggs, growing food out of scraps. Cookbooks had been posted to assist human beings make the maximum of their rations, imparting recipes for struggle desserts and stews crafted from leftovers. Human beings grew vegetables in their backyards or in public parks. These were known as victory gardens. Chickens had been stored in small pens at the back of homes. Not anything become wasted. Bones have been boiled for soup. Leftover fat from cooking became stored and reused. Even antique garments have been patched and repurposed. You failed to throw something away. But rationing wasn't just about going without. It become approximately equity. The idea turned into to ensure anyone rich or negative had get right of entry to the fundamentals. And for many who created an odd experience of solidarity, anyone stood in the equal strains. All and sundry treated the same shortages. Absolutely everyone made the identical sacrifices. it delivered human beings together, even as the warfare pulled so many apart of direction there has been. More to lifestyles on the house, the front than meals, with so many men off at the front, someone had to take. Their place women improved in huge numbers, becoming a member of the team of workers like by no means earlier than they labored in factories, building weapons, assembling planes, packing shells. They drove ambulances, repaired machinery, ran farms. It was tough, grimy, and regularly dangerous paintings. Many women had by no means held a job before now they were doing jobs that had as soon as been taken into consideration guises paintings. And they had been doing them while the battle changed the way humans saw ladies. Now not simply as caretakers and homemakers, however as capable workers. Leaders and choice makers, it did not show up in a single day, and there has been still resistance in many locations, but the shift changed into actual. It planted the seeds for destiny modifications in girls' rights and roles in society. For lots of women, the battle changed into the primary time. They earned their personal wages. The first time they had real independence while the conflict ended. Some have been anticipated to go back to their antique roles, but the world had modified, and many women weren't. Willing to move again, youngsters too have been caught within the battle. Methods they did not constantly apprehend, some lost fathers, brothers, or uncles. Some had been evacuated from cities threatened, via air raids. Others were put to work in small approaches, supporting with gardens, amassing scrap metallic walking errands. Faculties modified their training to encompass countrywide pride, history, and carrier to the U.S. And anywhere children were surrounded by using reminders of conflict recruitment posters, soldiers on depart blackouts, and testimonies of battles. A long way away they grew up rapid. They had to maintain the going governments. Wanted more than just cooperation, they wanted belief. They needed human beings to live hopeful, unswerving. And decided that is in which propaganda came in posters. Movies, speeches, and songs had been used to form how people notion, and felt approximately the conflict messages had been anywhere at the partitions of schools, in movie theaters, on road corners. A few urged human beings to keep meals by struggle bonds, or hold quiet approximately military secrets and techniques. Others praised the bravery of soldiers, warned against enemy spies, or advocated ladies to tackle new roles. The photographs have been powerful. Posters confirmed heroic soldiers charging into warfare, smiling nurses being concerned for the wounded, or proud families waving goodbye. The enemy become regularly proven as giant, merciless, or sneaky. It changed into all designed to stir emotion, worry, pride, anger, and desire. It wasn't continually subtle, but it worked. It reminded people that their ordinary sacrifices had meaning, that they have been part of something larger, that the struggle wasn't simply going on far away, it become happening right here in their personal lives, but not. All civilians supported the war. There had been protests too, some humans adverse the violence, the conscription, or the direction their authorities become taking. Pacifists, folks who believed in peace, especially else, were regularly mocked or arrested in some nations. Strikes broke out when employees demanded higher pay or safer situations. Those moments discovered the tension below the floor. Not everybody saw the conflict the same manner. Now not anybody felt heard, and every so often worry of led governments to crack down on freedoms, proscribing speech, controlling the clicking, or jailing folks who spoke out. There has been also the steady weight of lost letters from the front, introduced news of husbands, sons, and fathers who might not be coming home. Black armbands and veils became not unusual. Families grieved in private, while the public was informed to stay sturdy. The pain wasn't always seen, however, was there around kitchen tables, in quiet bedrooms, within the empty chair. With the aid of the fireplace, each knock at the door may be the telegram nobody wanted to get hold of. Each letter might be the final of all the hardship. The stored-going human beings adapted. They determined ways to cope. Community halls hosted dances and concert events to boost spirits. Kids placed on plays and sang songs about victory. Nearby newspapers revealed memories of small triumphs. Bobbies, born gardens harvested. Milestones met in the middle of fear and fatigue. Lifestyles carried on. People married, worked, laughed, and cried. They made the excellent of it due to the fact they needed to. Technology also played a function. Radio had become a vital tool, bringing news, song, and speeches into houses. It was a manner to experience, linked to hear the voice of the Prime Minister, to learn about the modern-day battle, or to concentrate to a favorite. Music radios didn't just tell, they comforted. They made the remote conflict experience nearer. However, also less lonely. Human beings might gather across the radio within the evenings, sometimes preserving arms, listening together in silence. Conflict bonds became another way civilians supported the fight. These have been loans humans made to the government with the promise of being. Paid again later buying a bond, supposed making an investment in the war effort. Schools, churches, and places of work advocated everybody to buy them, even youngsters stored pennies. To assist, it wasn't pretty much cash, it turned into approximately notion. That the sacrifice might be worth it, that victory might come, that peace changed into possible, after which there have been the moments of worry that reminded civilians they weren't up to now from the front in the end, in cities and cities close to the fighting. Or below hazard of bombing, human beings practiced. Blackouts, turning off all lights at night so enemy planes couldn't find them. Windows were blanketed, road lights dimmed, and motors drove with their headlights shaded. Air raid drills were held, sirens screamed in the nighttime, and households rushed to basement or shelters. The concern was actual, even far from the trenches. Human beings held their breath every time the sky rumbled. All of this changed humans. The battle formed no longer simply what they did, but how they noticed the world. It made them think differently about sacrifice, duty, and survival. It delivered human beings together in new approaches, but additionally discovered deep inequalities. Whilst a few households struggled to feed themselves, others profited from warfare contracts. Even as a few women won new freedoms, others confronted complaint or limits. The warfare opened doorways. But it also left scars. When it eventually ended, the world did not snap again to what it were before. Too much had modified, too many had died, too many had given, too much they had carried the weight of the battle in ways that could not be undone. Rationing didn't disappear overnight. Economic problem lingered. Families were left to pick out the pieces of lives broken by way of loss. But there has been pleasure too. Normal human beings had faced super challenges, and they had persevered. Life on the home, the front, wasn't just about ready. It changed into approximately doing. It turned into approximately filling the gaps left by war, about making do, about standing company. Even if the ground shook underneath you, it became approximately hundreds of thousands of unnamed, unseen acts of braveness. It wasn't glamorous, it wasn't easy. However, without it, the war couldn't were fought, let alone won. And because the soldiers slowly back, some wounded in frame, some in spirit, those who had stayed behind greeted them no longer as bystanders, however, as fellow warriors. Different battles, yes, but part of the identical battle, a battle that had reached into every kitchen, each workshop, each school, and each coronary heart. The won't have fired bullets or flown planes, however, it carried the warfare on its shoulders. And when the weapons ultimately fell, silent, it become the quiet energy of everyday humans that helped hold the world together. Bankruptcy 16. America enters the battle. The war had been raging for years. Cities had been bombed. Soldiers had been buried. Families were grieving. Europe changed into exhausted. But some distance across the Atlantic, every other state had been looking, listening, ready. The powerful, however distant, had stayed out of the preventing at the beginning. America believed this became Europe's struggle. No longer there's a war fought far away. Among vintage empires, tangled alliances, and ancient rivalries, but by using 1917, that distance didn't appear up to now anymore. And shortly the battle could now not be just Europe's hassle, it'd turn out to be America's too. Inside the early years of the struggle, America tried to live impartial. President Wilson believed in peace. He hoped that the United States may be the voice of purpose, even as Europe burned. American ships still crossed the Atlantic, bringing items to countries on each facets. American factories nonetheless made products that found their way into battle zones. However, the US did not ship soldiers. It did not take sides as a minimum, not officially, but neutrality, because it became turned into tougher. Then it seemed the sector was converting. Speedy beneath the ocean floor, German submarines started out attacking ships without caution. Their goal became to cut off elements to Britain and other allied countries. They failed to usually take a look at who was on board passenger ships, merchant vessels. If it sailed near enemy waters, it changed into a threat. In 1915, a British deliver called the become torpedoed. Almost 120 people died, which includes 128 people. The news stunned the United States. Public opinion commenced to shift. Perhaps this wasn't just Europe's warfare anymore. Perhaps the United States wasn't as some distance away as it had hoped. Germany promised to stop, focused on civilian ships. But the harm was executed. Tensions rose. Then, in early 1917, Germany made a formidable and perilous decision. It resumed unrestricted submarine battle, attacking any deliver that entered Allied waters. It changed into a venture meant to strangle Britain before the United States may want to react. However, it became additionally a spark at the same time. Another surprising event pushed the United States in the direction of war. A mystery message called the Zimmerman telegram became intercepted by using British intelligence. It changed into dispatched from Germany to Mexico. In it, Germany promised to assist Mexico regain lost land, Texas, Arizona, and New Mexico if it joined the warfare in opposition to the US. When the message became made public, Americans had been furious. It felt like a right away, hazard a betrayal, a sign that staying out of the warfare may not be possible for tons longer. Through April 1917, President Wilson went before Congress. He stated that the world must be made safe for democracy, that they could now not continue to be silent. At the same time as chaos unfolded on April 6, 1917, the United States declared conflict on Germany. The US of that one stood at the sidelines, was now moving into the hearth. In the beginning, the Yank Navy wasn't prepared. The military become small with old system and constrained training. But that changed. Quick factories had been transformed into struggle production machines. Men lined up to enlist. Posters went up calling citizens to obligation. The draft changed into brought, and young men throughout the U.S. received notices telling them to document for service. They came from farm cities, factories, and schools. They had been teachers, clerks, sons, fathers, and brothers. They trained hard, and that they prepared to go the sea. This new pressure became referred to as the Yank Expeditionary Forces, led by means of trendy John J. They began arriving in Europe in huge numbers by way of 1918, clean, full of strength, and ready to combat. The individuals gave the weary Allies hope. It wasn't pretty much the numbers. It changed into approximately morale. Europe had been bleeding for years. Trench struggle had tired the spirit of many infantrymen. Supplies had been low. Casualties have been high. Human beings have been worn out. But then the individuals confirmed up, and the whole lot started out to experience distinctive at domestic life. Modified nearly overnight, they became a battle economy. Factories produced guns, ammunition, tanks, and uniforms. Women took jobs once held via guys. Youngsters amassed scrap. Steel residents had been urged to grow meals, store gasoline, and aid the troops, but they want a battle. Bonds were sold everywhere. The media targeted on harmony and sacrifice. Propaganda posters encouraged humans to enlist, shop assets, or watch out for spies. Songs, films, and speeches saved the general public. Motivated, all people turned into instructed. They had a role within the warfare, even though they by no means held a rifle. And similar to in Europe, the US authorities began controlling greater of day-by-day life. It set charges, it controlled materials, it used censorship to restriction what might be published, or said. The concept became simple: win the war no matter what it took, although it intended restricting freedoms at domestic. As American squaddies commenced fighting at the front traces, the tide of the conflict began to turn. They participated in key battles like Bellow Timber and the Argonne Offensive. Their impact was instant. They introduced electricity, wherein others were stretched too skinny. They fought bravely, and that they added with them a feel that the cease may finally be near, but the struggle become nevertheless brutal. American soldiers skilled the same horrors their European allies had continued for years. They confronted machine weapons, poison gasoline, and the terrifying roar of artillery. The dust, the rats, the shell shock, it was all actual. Thousands of Americans died far from domestic, but they stored going, and that they helped push the Germans. Returned Germany exhausted, and more remoted, started out to disintegrate. Its allies had been falling. Its humans had been ravenous. Protests had been breaking out, and with the full weight of Yankee power now in the back of the Allies, give up became unavoidable. On November 11, 1918, the struggle ended. The weapons went silent. The sector exhaled. The American position were decisive. The country had joined late, but its entry changed the entirety. It tilted the balance. It gave the Allies the threshold they wanted. It shortened the war, and it brought the United States as a brand new global electricity. However, victory got here at a price. Over 100,000 American lives have been misplaced. Many more lower back domestic wounded, or all the time changed households. Grieved communities felt the loss, and the kingdom needed to determine what sort of function it wanted to play in the global going forward. President Wilson had big ideas. He believed that the United States' involvement inside the battle must cause something higher. He wanted to create a League of Nations, a group of nations that might paintings collectively to prevent future wars. He hoped that this global cooperation may want to replace battle with communicate, that peace will be included by means of solidarity. Now not guns, however not all. And sundry agreed again. In the U.S., many people had been worn out. They didn't want more entanglements with Europe. They desired to come back home, rebuild, and return to everyday life. The Senate rejected the League of International Locations. America, after converting the course of the battle, selected now not to participate inside the peace effort. Wilson had dreamed of the battle become over. However, the questions it raised were not so without problems replied still the effect turned into clear America had stepped onto the sector level, its economy had grown, its affect had improved, its people had established they could combat, sacrifice, and lead. And even though they from international politics, for a time, the world had taken word a new bankruptcy had begun now not just for the us but for the worldwide balance of power. And but for all of the delight and victory, the conflict had left at the back of scars, deep ones each in Europe. And in the U.S., people struggled to make experience of what that they had continued, why so many had died, what had virtually been won, and whether or not can ever occur once more in the years that accompanied the solutions could be debated, monuments would be constructed, infantrymen could try and alter to life after the trenches households would bring reminiscences that never faded. However, for America international struggle I marked a turning point. It become not just a rising kingdom, it changed into an international pressure, and its selection to go into the struggle had modified now not best the outcome. However, the future of the century that accompanied the arena was one of a kind now, and so became the US Chapter 17 Russian Revolution, collapse of the Eastern Front, even as the US became getting into the battle with new strength and power on the other facet of the world. Russia changed into falling apart. Its armies had been collapsing, its human beings had been starving, its government was breaking down. The struggle had pushed Russia past its limits, and soon the whole lot in the country could explode. The Eastern, the front wouldn't be lost in warfare, it would collapse from inside. While international war I began, Russia changed into considered one of the largest empires within the international. It had tens of millions of soldiers and a substantial amount of land, stretching throughout 2 continents. However, under all that length and electricity, Russia changed into vulnerable, its economy become fragile, its humans have been negative, its authorities become outdated, and its ruler Nicholas II regarded out of touch with the struggling of normal people. While the opposite extremely good powers of Europe had commenced to modernize, Russia was nonetheless stuck in the beyond. Whilst conflict broke out in 1914, Russia joined the Allies to fight towards Germany and Austria-Hungary. In the beginning, there has been a surge of patriotism. People supported the struggle, they believed it become their duty to protect the motherland. However, that spirit failed to last lengthy. The Russian military turned into poorly trained and badly geared up infantrymen were dispatched to the front without sufficient rifles, bullets, or maybe right uniforms. Many were told to attend until someone else died so they may take their weapon. Battles on the Eastern Front have been brutal. Russia lost hundreds of lots of soldiers. In just the first few months, the army couldn't maintain up with Germany's more present-day forces. Elements were difficult to supply throughout Russia's huge territory. Conversation turned into gradual. Commanders often had no idea what changed into going on the battlefield. And because our bodies piled up, morale dropped. Soldiers commenced to question what they were combating for. Duck again. Domestic things were even worse. The struggle put brilliant stress at the Russian economy. Charges soared, meals have become scarce in towns like and Moscow. Humans waited in long strains for bread that often ran out before they were given to the front. Factories struggled to maintain up with conflict demands. Transportation was a large number. Coal become short, workers went on strike, farmers had no incentive to grow food. They could not sell. The whole system become breaking. In the meantime, Nicholas attempt keep the whole lot collectively, but in place of solving troubles, he made them worse. In 1915, he took non-public command of the army, even though he had no army. Enjoy that supposed each defeat on the battlefield become now blamed immediately on him. While he become away with the military, his spouse took over political responsibilities within the capital. But she become deeply unpopular. Many believed she was too near a mysterious monk named who appeared to have abnormal affect over her, and the government rumors of corruption scandals and terrible choices spread. Speedy humans began losing all faith in the royal family. By 1917, the scenario turned into insufferable. Employees and soldiers took to the streets. They demanded meals, peace, and higher remedy. At the beginning, the protests had been small. However, they grew. Speedy moves turned into marches. Marches was riots. And shortly the metropolis become out of manipulate. The army became ordered to weigh down the rebellion. But many infantrymen refused. Some joined the protesters, others truly walked away. Strength melted. In a single day, in March 1917, Nicholas turned into compelled to abdicate. Surrender the throne. After more than 300 years of Romanov rule, the Russian Empire became completed. A brand new authorities became shaped, referred to as the provisional government. It was made of politicians and reformers who promised alternate. They stated there might be elections. They stated they might create a democracy. And most importantly, they promised to retain the war attempt. However, That was a problem the humans failed to want to retain the battle. They had been bored with the combating the starvation. Loss of life, the provisional government didn't end the chaos. It simply brought confusion. Whilst it tried to hold power, a group called the Soviets councils, made up of people and soldiers, started to develop stronger. They represented the voice of the streets. And one of the loudest voices in the Soviets belonged to a person named Vladimir Lenin. Lenin had been in exile for years, hiding from the secret police. But now, with the monarchy long past, he back to Russia with an ambitious message. He said the battle changed into a disaster he referred to as the provisional government, vulnerable and corrupt. He promised peace, land and bread, and he believed the workers and peasants, now not the politicians, ought to manipulate the United States of America. Lenin was the chief of an intensive political group that believed in revolution. At the start, they were small. But as the provisional authorities stumbled, the Bolsheviks gained guide. Human beings have been desperate. They wanted a person, every person, who ought to quit the struggling, and Lenin promised to do simply that. In November 1917, the made their flow. They released an almost bloodless coup, and they stormed government buildings. They arrested leaders, and that they declared a brand new government, one run by means of the human beings for the humans. In reality, it'd be controlled by using the, and shortly Lenin could end up the most powerful guy in Russia. One in every of Lenin's first acts become to pull Russia out of the conflict. He believed the country could not survive. If the preventing persevered, he dispatched negotiators to Germany to hammer out a peace deal. It wasn't easy. Germany demanded huge concessions. The Russians had no preference, however, to agree. In March 1918, they signed the Treaty of Brest. Russia gave up huge amounts of land, Ukraine, the Baltics, and components of Poland. It became a high rate. But the war became subsequently over for Russia. The collapse of the Jap. The front modified the whole thing. Germany could now move its troops from the east to the western. The front, it gave them a temporary advantage. For a moment, it seemed like they could turn the tide towards France and Britain before the individuals arrived in complete pressure. However, it failed to. Closing the new energy on the Western Front wasn't enough to win the war, and Germany became going through its own inner issues similar to Russia. Had in the meantime Russia descended into chaos, the revolution didn't deliver peace. It introduced civil battle forces, unswerving to the antique regime. Referred to as the Whites fought the referred to as the Reds, overseas powers, including Britain, France, and the sent troops to assist the Whites, hopping to prevent the unfold of communism. The fighting tore the United States of America. Aside, villages were destroyed, tens of millions died. Starvation and sickness spread like wildfire. However, finally the gained. By using the early 20s, Lenin and his followers controlled maximum of the former Russian Empire. They renamed it the Soviet Union. A new type of country had been born, a communist one. It became based totally on ideas of equality and workers' strength. But in practice, it became a one-party gadget in which was crushed, and freedom became confined. The Russian Revolution failed to just change Russia, it changed the arena. It stimulated revolutionaries anywhere. It terrified governments across Europe, and it marked the start of an extended and uneasy relationship between the capitalist West and the communist East. That anxiety would shape tons of the 20th century. But at some point of global warfare, the revolution's maximum instantaneous effect turned into the collapse of the Japanese front. With Russia out, the map of Europe began to shift. The Allies lost a key accomplice, however, additionally no longer needed to support a failing empire. The principal powers gained floor, however, most effective for a while. The vacuum left by using Russia become quick stuffed by using the United States, and its developing affect in the long run. The autumn of Russia didn't keep Germany. It didn't change the final results of the struggle. But it showed the electricity of inner collapse. A struggle that started out among countries had now damaged countries apart from the inside. Armies failed to just combat in trenches anymore. They fought against the very governments that dispatched them there. From the snowy fields of Russia to the muddy trenches of France, the arena was converting quicker than everybody had imagined. Empires had been falling, new ideologies have been growing, and the vintage order of kings and empires changed into coming to and stop. The battle wasn't pretty much borders, it became about what type of global could come after. And that global becomes still taking form. Bankruptcy, 18, the war of the longest battle. Because the conflict dragged on, battles have become extra than just navy operations. They have become symbols of pride, of struggling, and of a state's will to live on and no warfare. Captured that more than wasn't just a place on a map. It have become a name that echoed through records, representing each the resilience of a nation and the terrifying fee of modern war. It changed into long, it was brutal. And for many squaddies, it felt limitless. The year was 1916. By now, the struggle had settled right into a deadly stalemate. The Western, The front stretched from the North Sea to the Swiss border, locked in a grid of trenches, barbed cord, and dirt neither facet may want to advantage ground without paying for it in blood. And each the Allies and the crucial powers had been looking for a step forward. Germany had a plan. Their leader of staff believed that rather than breaking through, they could put on France down no longer simply bodily, but emotionally. He thought that if they could strike a blow so deep, so painful, and so symbolic, France might bleed itself dry seeking to defend it. And so he chose was a castle city in northeastern France, sitting on the Meuse River. It was surrounded through a hoop of forts, some of which dated again to the 19th century. Strategically, it didn't provide a large benefit, but symbolically, it intended the whole thing. It had been the website of beyond French resistance. It became a point of countrywide pride. Believed the French could never permit it to fall, and he planned to use that devotion in opposition to them. In February 1916, the German army released a huge assault on Verdun. It started with an artillery bombardment that shook the earth. Over 1 million shells were fired. In just the opening segment, complete sections of woodland had been flattened. Villages disappeared underneath smoke and fire. The noise was steady. Soldiers defined it as a dwelling nightmare, with the sky raining metallic for days on end. After the bombardment came the infantry attack. German troops pushed ahead, shooting outlying villages and forts. The French scrambled to respond. At the beginning, they were beaten. Wasn't heavily defended on the time. France had shifted troops someplace else, thinking it turned into a quiet area. But now it became beneath complete attack, and they needed to react. Speedy trendy pan became installed. Fee of the defense. He was calm, methodical, and deeply aware of the importance of retaining, now not just for army motives, but for what it represented. Famously declared, "They shall not bypass." That have become the rallying cry for the entire French country. What observed turned into not a short war. It had become a grinding battle of attrition. For 10 months, from February to December, the two sides fought over hills, forts, and stretches of ruined floor. Though the front barely moved, profits have been measured in meters, thousands of fellows died for places with names like Fort Duomo, Useless, Guy Hill, and Cote 304. Those had been not grand cities or rich lands. They have been bits of dust soaked in blood, fought over again and again. Situations where awful shells became the landscape, right into a barren region of mud and craters. Timber have been shattered, stumps, trenches flooded. The air turned into thick with smoke gas, and the odor of dying infantrymen lived in worry, exhaustion, and starvation. They defined as hell. A few have been rotated out after some weeks. Others stayed longer, but no one left untouched. One of the key features of the French protection turned into what have become referred to as the sacred manor. It became an unmarried road main into from the south, and it became the lifeline of the battle. Day and night vans rolled alongside it, bringing resources, ammunition, and fresh troops. Without that road, would have fallen over. 4000 motors an afternoon used it. The peak of the war, guys marched in whilst others, wounded or useless, have been executed. It became constant motion. Constant effort and steady sacrifice controlled the rotation. Devised carefully, he made certain no gadgets stayed too lengthy on the front. This gave soldiers a few wish they knew they wouldn't be left to die forgotten inside the trenches. It additionally kept morale simply excessive, sufficient to keep the line. Reinforcements kept coming. So did artillery. So did the need to withstand. Didn't fall. Germany made a few early gains. They captured Citadel, certainly one of the largest and maximum essential defenses early in the warfare, but conserving it proved hard. French counterattacks were fierce. The Germans advanced slowly, painfully dropping guys with every step, because the months dragged on. Their original plan to bleed France dry started to backfire. They had been dropping just as many guys as the French, perhaps extra by summer season. The British launched the warfare of the Somme to relieve strain on that, forced the Germans to shift assets westward. The French, now strengthened and rearmed, commenced pushing. Returned beneath widespread. They retook many misplaced positions through December 1916. The battle became efficaciously over. The strains had slightly moved, but the price have been amazing. Had turned out to be the longest single war of the First World Battle. It lasted 302 days. Nearly 700,000 men had been killed, wounded, or went missing. The French lost around 360,000 squaddies. The Germans misplaced over 330,000. And it all for a few kilometers of ground. But no matter, the horror. Verdun had become an image of French energy. They had no longer allow it fall. They had stood company, even if it appeared not possible. They shall no longer bypass it. Grow to be truth. The mental effect becomes simply as powerful. Have become a scar on the French reminiscence. However, additionally, a supply of pride. It proved that the kingdom could not supply, and however, It additionally confirmed how current battle had changed. Battles weren't short victories, weren't easy. Progress became measured in our bodies, no longer in borders. After became a countrywide hero. His calm leadership, interest to logistics, and care for the not unusual soldier earned him full-size respect. But the victory got here at a high cost. Many survivors have suffered mentally. For the rest in their lives, they'd seen the worst of what humans they want to endure, and what they might do to each different. The land round Verdun remained devastated for years too. At the present time, elements of it are nevertheless hazardous. Shells remained buried inside the soil. Villages that have been destroyed had been in no way rebuilt. The Zone Rouge or Purple Quarter, changed into declared uninhabitable nature, eventually reclaimed lots of the battlefield. However, the memory by no means dwindled. Taught both aspects, a grim the vintage ideas of glory and rapid victories. Had been dead. Warfare had come to be industrial. Guys have been floored down by using machines no longer just through bullets but by exhaustion, fear, and infinite repetition. It wasn't about braveness by myself anymore. It was approximately supply strains, artillery, and endurance. The battle additionally shifted how armies concept approximately protection forts, once concept to be obsolete, played an important role. And the ability to resupply and rotate troops had become vital to military making plans. It wasn't just the strength of a function, it became the machine in the back of it that kept it alive. However, principally had become an image for France. It became evidence of countrywide spirit. For Germany, it turned into a neglected opportunity that tired sources and morale. For the arena, it stood as a caution of what current battle may want to turn out to be: unrelenting, inhuman, and devastating. And yet, while ended the conflict, went on the Somme, continued different fronts. Burned, new weapons have been being evolved, new nations have been getting into the battle. Had no longer added peace. It had now not damaged France. It had not given Germany the threshold it wanted as a substitute. It confirmed that the warfare had entered a new phase, certainly one of staying power. Overall effort and huge price. In the coming years, different battles might be fought, different cities bombarded, and other squaddies sent into the dust. But none could carry quite the identical weight. Stood alone, a monument no longer to conquest, but to suffering. It was an area in which victory seemed like survival, where conserving the road meant sacrificing the entirety, where the query wasn't who gained, but who persevered. And France had endured. Chapter 19: The warfare of the blood and sacrifice. After the lengthy, grueling conflict, in which France stood its floor and refused to fall, interest shifted to the British. The French have been bleeding for months, and that they wanted alleviation. The concept becomes simple: launch another most important offensive someplace else on the Western Front, to tug German forces away from Verdun. That offensive have become the War of the Somme. No one knew on the time that it had become one of the bloodiest and maximum tragic battles in history. The Somme turned into intended to be a joint British and French operation, deliberate for the summer of 1916. But because the Germans pressed tougher at the French had to reduce their component, that left the British to take the lead. It was a brand new and unexpected function for them. Until then, the British Navy had performed a smaller element on the Western Front. But now they have been getting ready to carry the load of a complete-scale offensive. The Somme River flows via northern France, and the region round it changed into generally quiet farmland earlier than the war that modified as British forces gathered and organized to strike. Months of making plans went into it. Commanders believed that with sufficient artillery, they may break via the German lines, and sooner or later spoil the stalemate. They deliberate. One of the largest bombardments the sector had ever visible. Over 1.5 million shells had been fired in the week before the assault. The aim was to damage German trenches, cut the barbed cord, and clean the way for the infantry. British infantrymen have been instructed that the bombardment would depart nothing alive within the German defenses. They had been instructed that once the order got here, to head over the pinnacle and flee throughout no man's land. Resistance might be mild. Many believed it. They depended on their commanders. They trusted the plan. And for lots, it became their first time seeing actual combat. Young men, a few barely out of college, had trained for months. Now they were equipped to take part in what they had been advised might be a breakthrough victory. However, fact become a long way distinct on July 1st, 1916. As sunrise broke, lots of British squaddies climbed out of their trenches and walked closer to the German lines. The plan changed to improve slowly and in formation. However, the bombardment hadn't completed what it became speculated to do. Most of the German bunkers have been deep underground and had survived the shelling. The barbed cord hadn't been fully reduced, and the Germans, instead of being useless or fleeing, had been waiting with device guns. What took place subsequent became a bloodbath. Within hours, hundreds of British troops laid useless or wounded some devices, had been nearly absolutely worn out. The first day of the few have become the bloodiest day in British Army. Records over 57,000 casualties, which include nearly 20,000 dead. Entire groups returned domestic would later find out that the majority of their young men were long past in some cities. Almost every family lost a person. But the war did not prevent it. Persisted for months. Every day, week after week, guys fought over fields, hills, and small villages that have become names etched in memory. Thief mammoths, wooden, and others. Each assault gained a bit floor, frequently only some 100 yards. But the fee turned into continually high dust shell craters and barbed wire made every enhance a nightmare, and the German defenses have been stubborn prepared. And deadly new guns had been tested. The British used tanks for the first time in history. All through the so, they had been gradual, unreliable, and broke down frequently. However, they confirmed that the destiny of battle changed into converting. Nevertheless, they failed to turn the tide. The real harm came from artillery device guns and exhaustion, for the soldiers' existence at the S changed into a dwelling hell, the trenches filled with water and rats. The wounded lay in open ground, unable to pass. Every now and then, for days, clinical offerings were overwhelmed. The useless piled up in no man's land, and the odor of deterioration became consistent. Letters home tried to remain cheerful. However, the reality changed into harder to write. Many soldiers felt they were trapped in a nightmare, and not using a give-up. Commanders stored pushing. They believed that, in the event that they just stored, the strain on the Germans could crack. And to a degree, the Germans had been struggling too. Their losses had been sizable, and their lines have been stretched skinny. However, they held on, preventing just as desperately as the Allies. By the time the conflict in the end ended in November 1916, the front lines had moved only a few miles. The Allies had advanced, however, not by using tons. The fee have been mind-blowing. Extra than 1 million guys have been killed, wounded, or went missing on both facets. The British alone suffered over 400,000 casualties. The French had over 200,000. The Germans had similar losses, all in of a patch of floor that during peacetime could take best mins to go. So why did the war pass on goodbye? Why failed to a person name it off? Whilst it became clear how brutal and slow it changed into, the solution lies in how humans understood struggle. On the time, commanders believed that strain needed to be maintained irrespective of the price. If they stopped, the enemy might get better. If they retreated, morale would crumble. They believed that the most effective manner forward became through the blood, via the dust, via the sacrifice. The psalm wasn't just an army occasion. It shaped how human beings lower back domestic noticed the battle information of the primary day's losses taken aback the British public, but even then the entire scale wasn't mentioned. Without delay over the years, families started receiving telegrams one at a time telling them their sons, brothers, or husbands were gone. The grief turned into countrywide. However, as opposed to turning human beings in opposition to the warfare, it regularly deepened their commitment. The squatties had died for something human beings instructed themselves. The sacrifice had to imply something, so the conflict continued at the identical time. The psalm modified how struggle turned into scene, and remembered the photo of brave guys charging into war only to be reduced down by means of system. Gunfire became burned into the memory of a generation. Writers, poets, and artists began to describe the struggle not in heroic terms, but in words filled with loss, horror, and quiet depression. The psalm became an image no longer just of sacrifice, but of the futility of cutting-edge struggle. Nevertheless, classes had been learned. Army leaders started out to that vintage processes didn't work against contemporary defenses. They started out growing new procedures, smaller, more flexible devices, better coordination among artillery and infantry, and extra emphasis on making plans and timing. Those instructions might slowly form future battles, however they'd come at a terrible price. The infantrymen who fought at the S were not simply numbers. They were people with goals, families, and futures. Many had volunteered in 1914, full of idealism. They believed they have been combating for justice, for freedom, for their U.S. The psalm modified that. It grew to become young men into veterans, and regularly into sufferers. People who survived carried the reminiscences with them for existence. Some talked about it, others couldn't. But through all of the horror, there has been braveness, there was loyalty, there has been dedication. In the face of unthinkable, struggling men helped each different, comforted each other, and stood through every different. There have been moments of kindness, even within the dust. Letters to home frequently talked about lacking family, yearning for peace, and finding strength in friendship. That too become part of the psalm. Whilst the struggle ultimately ended, iciness become last inside the ground, iced up the Weapons fell silent briefly. The conflict changed into a ways from over. New offensives have been already being planned, however the Somme left a deep mark. It changed how Britain and France noticed the conflict. It changed how infantrymen noticed themselves. It modified the whole thing. Inside the years that accompanied memorials were built cemeteries full of rows of white crosses. The names of the missing were carved into stone. Due to the fact their bodies have been never observed, families visited the fields where their sons had died. Some in no way stopped grieving. A few attempted to forget. However, nobody in reality ought to. The Somme became a lesson. Written in blood, it showed that modern-day battle could no longer be approximately quick victories or glorious expenses. It turned into approximately patience, coordination, and the need to maintain going. It changed into about how a good deal struggling a nation could undergo. And it forced both army and political leaders to rethink how they fought and what they were fighting for even these days. The call Somme incorporates weight. It's far spoken with recognized sorrow and a feel of awe, now not because of what changed and received, but because of what become misplaced. It reminds us of the price of warfare, the cost of existence, and the significance of remembering folks who gave the whole thing even when victory appeared a long way away. And because the conflict rolled on with new fronts opening and new demanding situations ahead, the reminiscence of the few stayed with every soldier who handed via the trenches. It reminded them of what they had already faced and what still may come. Chapter 20: Technological innovations, poison fuel tanks, and extra after the bloody and drawn-out battles, just like the Somme and Verdun it have become clean that this war was in contrast to something the sector had visible before. Antique strategies were shattered with the aid of the brutal fact of system weapons, trenches, and mass casualties. So armies started turning to something else. Generation. They looked for new weapons, new machines, and new ways to advantage even the slightest advantage over the enemy. The First Global War had become a laboratory of destruction in which technological know-how and engineering had been driven to scary extremes. It turned into now not pretty much braveness or numbers. It became about innovation, horrible, deadly innovation. One of the first terrifying signs that the rules of war had been converting came in 1915 on a battlefield in Belgium, near an area known as the Germans launched clouds of poison gas into the wind. It drifted slowly in the direction of the Allied trenches, and squaddies didn't what they have been seeing before everything. Some notion it became simply morning fog, however. When it reached them, the coughing started, followed by way of choking. Then panicked men clutched their throats, gasped for air, and fell to the ground as their lungs filled with fluid. It was chlorine gas. It became the beginning of chemical warfare on a huge scale. From that moment on, gas had become a permanent threat in the warfare. Infantrymen needed to convey gasoline masks with them. Always a few even had to sleep with them on, simply in case an assault came about at night. The first masks have been crude, just materials soaked in urine or chemicals to try to filter the poison. Later, higher masks have been developed with filters and goggles. But even then, gasoline turned into unpredictable. It relied on the wind. If the breeze shifted, the fuel may want to blow lower back on the attackers themselves. Nonetheless, it changed into used over and over. Different types had been developed, chlorine, phosgene, and the most feared of all, mustard gas. Mustard gasoline was specially merciless. It did not just choke or kill, it burned. It caused blisters on the pores and skin, and in the lungs. It blinded infantrymen quickly, once in a while permanently. It is able to linger in the soil for days. Even those who survived a fuel attack had been frequently for existence bodily and mentally. The mental fear of gasoline was nearly as effective as the gasoline itself. Just the sound of a gasoline alarm, a bell, or a shouted warning may want to ship squaddies into panic. But gas becomes simply one, a part of the converting face of battle. Every other turned into the gadget gun, which had already validated itself lethal in the early years of the battle. A unmarried gadget gun crew may want to keep off hundreds of attackers. It really is a part of why trench battle had become so static. Charging into device gun fireplace was suicide, so armies searched for methods to interrupt through, and that is wherein new machines got here within the concept of armored motors. Wasn't completely new, but the First Global Warfare made it urgent. The British had been the primary to expand what would grow to be the modern tank. These early tanks were big, noisy, and unreliable. They moved slowly, often got caught inside the dust, and broke down regularly. But they'd armor, and they could cross trenches. They may flow through barbed cord and give cowl to advancing troops. In the Battle of the Somme, the British used tanks for the primary time in history. They did not alternate the final results of the battle, but they made humans realize that war was about to trade for all-time. Tanks weren't the only machines rolling throughout the battlefield. Trucks And motor cars started out changing horses for shifting supplies and troops. Railways became lifelines, transferring artillery meals and ammunition to the front. And talking of artillery, it too had changed. Bigger, extra effective weapons. May want to now fireplace shells. For miles, a number of the biggest guns ever constructed have been used in this conflict, launching shells. That weighed over a ton. The damage became big, however the fear they created changed into simply as excessive. You could be killed by way of a shell, without ever seeing the enemy. Then there was the sky. At the beginning of the war, airplanes have been easy, and knew they were on the whole used for scouting, flying over enemy lines, and reporting lower back on troop positions. But quickly, they were being fitted with gadget weapons. Canine fights, battles among pilots inside the air have become a brand new sort of warfare. Those early fighter pilots have become heroes, seen nearly like knights of the sky. They have been celebrated in newspapers and songs. However, behind the glamour become real danger. Planes had been fragile. A single bullet should carry them down. And parachutes weren't widely used. But if your plane turned into hit, you both crashed or jumped, and most didn't live on the fall. As the warfare persisted, planes began carrying bombs. Before everything, pilots virtually dropped them through give up the facet. But bombing raids soon have become extra prepared. Whole towns have been targeted. London turned into bombed via German airships called Zeppelins. Giant gas-rammed balloons that floated across the sky and dropped explosives. They had been sluggish and susceptible, but they unfold fear. Humans realized that the struggle ought to now attain them at domestic, no longer simply on the battlefield. The ocean wasn't neglected. Both submarines have become one of the maximum feared guns of the struggle. The Germans used to sink enemy ships, inclusive of supply ships bringing meals and substances to Britain. At the beginning, they followed guidelines, caution cruise to desert ship before sinking it. However, because the battle dragged on, became to unrestricted submarine warfare that supposed no warning ships were torpedoed without note. Civilians died, and the oceans became lethal to combat. Lower back, the Allies advanced intensity charges, sonar-like devices, and convoy systems, where service provider ships traveled with naval protection. But the submarine danger changed into actual and growing. One of the most well-known sinkings became the British passenger ship sunk by means of a German in 1915. Nearly 200 people died, which includes individuals. The brought on outrage and helped push America towards coming into the struggle. Verbal exchange was every other location where an era made a distinction. Phones and radios started to be used at the battlefield, allowing faster orders, and coordination signals will be intercepted. So codes and encryption became critical. Both aspects employed folks that spent their days seeking to crack enemy messages. A number of the maximum crucial secrets and techniques of the battle were uncovered this way. In the meantime, advances in remedy tried to keep tempo with the destruction. New strategies for surgical procedure, blood transfusions, and infection manipulate stored endless lives. Cell subject hospitals were set up near the front lines. Ambulance services, advanced docs and nurses labored across the clock, dealing with wounds that were regularly horrific. Still, there had been limits to what medication could do. Many died from contamination, and many extra carried their injuries for existence. A lot of these adjustments, gasoline tanks, planes, submarines, new weapons, better, became the primary global struggle. And absolutely modern struggle it become now, not just about men walking with rifles. It changed into approximately machines, chemicals, and coordination. It became about the usage of each resource, each scientist, each factory, to gain. Even the smallest area factories on the home front had been converted into war manufacturing facilities. New weapons had to be constructed in massive numbers. Bullets, shells, tanks, and planes have been made. Day and night girls entered the workforce in large numbers, doing jobs that had as soon as been reserved for guys. Technology wasn't simply something that came about on the battlefield. It touched each part of existence at some stage in the struggle. And as these weapons have become greater, advanced, the value have become extra horrible. Entire landscapes were destroyed. Forests have been flattened. Towns had been reduced to rubble. The earth itself become by using trenches, craters, and chemical substances. Nature took decades to get better. And for the infantrymen, the warfare have become less about approach and greater about survival. Ultimately, among the technology advanced during the first global warfare might form the sector for decades to come. Tanks have become popular in each military. Planes could pass on to dominate destiny wars. Chemical guns have been later banned by way of global agreement. However, their shadow remains. Submarines, once new and odd, have become a permanent part of naval war, and possibly maximum lasting of each person had seen just how an awful lot destruction era may want to carry. The conflict had commenced with cavalry, fees, and uniforms. It ended with fuel mask, metal helmets, and gadget-made dying the transformation was whole warfare had changed all the time, and although the battles nonetheless raged and the end was not. Yet in sight the training of innovation, both the breakthroughs and the horrors were already shaping what would come next. Bankruptcy. 21. The 100 Days Offensive the Allies ward off with the aid of 1918. The struggle had dragged on for over 4 hard years. Thousands and thousands had been lifeless. The trenches had been filled with dust, blood, and a feel of hopelessness. However things were transferring, new generation had modified the battlefield. The advent of Yankee troops gave sparkling energy to the Allies, and Germany, though nevertheless dangerous, was starting to sense the weight of exhaustion, internal unrest, and failing supply. Traces the long, grinding stalemate that had defined a lot of the war became about to crack. What came subsequent become an unexpected, relentless push. Referred to as the 100 Days Offensive, it wasn't one single warfare, it changed into a chain reaction, a series of speedy strikes that might in the end damage the deadlock and convey the struggle to stop. The first spark came within the summer of 1918. Earlier, that 12 months, Germany had launched a large attack called the Spring Offensive. It turned into intended to finish the conflict before people should completely join. In the beginning, it labored. German troops broke via Allied traces and driven forward fast, taking pictures floor that were caught in stalemate for years. However, they superior, too speedy, outrunning their deliver strains. And the value in soldiers become big. German forces have been stretched thin, tired, and unable to preserve what they had taken. Their gamble had failed. The Allies saw their hazard. The counterattack started out on August 8, 1918. The British and French forces, supported through sparkling American troops and sponsored with the aid of tanks, artillery, and air strength, struck near the French city of Amy. Become a wonder, no lengthy artillery bombardment warned the Germans. Instead, the assault came abruptly, with tanks rolling via the morning. Missed planes flew overhead. Infantry moved speedy, not waiting for traditional orders. In just some day, the Allies superior numerous miles, a large gain with the aid of international battle. Requirements, German strains, cracked squaddies surrendered in big numbers. Preferred one in every of Germany's top commanders could later name it the Black Day of the German army. But this wasn't only a one-day push. The Allies stored going. Each time the Germans fell lower back, the Allies observed they failed to prevent to dig, and they did not wait to build defenses. This turned into different from the old days of gradual static trench war. This become movement velocity and stress. So the front lines started out to shift, not simply via meters, however, through kilometers. The Allies have been in the end taking the combat ahead. The Canadian Corps performed a large part in this push. They were among the most experienced and powerful troops on the Western Front in battles like, and they superior over and overtaking key positions and breaking German defenses. They were supported by way of tanks that had come in extended manner, considering that their first awkward use on the Somme. These more recent tanks were more dependable, higher protected, and used extra successfully along infantry. Airplanes also played a developing function. They didn't just scout anymore, they bombed supply traces, disrupted verbal exchange, and strafed withdrawing troops. The sky become now not only a backdrop, it had end up in lively, lethal part of the battlefield. Every day, every week, the Allies driven ahead. Cities that had been beneath German control for years had been liberated. Civilians emerged from hiding. Roads that have been shelled into dust had been cleared and rebuilt. Bridges had been thrown up speedy through engineers. Deliver vehicles rolled ahead as fast as feasible, wearing food, water, ammunition, and medical elements. The momentum become real, and it turned into developing. Germany become now on the protecting end. They knew it. Their troops have been weary. Many were young, undertrained, and uncertain why they had been nevertheless fighting. Morale was collapsing. Desertion fees rose at home. Matters have been even worse. The German human beings had been starving. The economy was in ruins. Protests and strikes had all started. The once proud empire turned into beginning to crack from within, and nevertheless, the Allies saved. Coming, the French played a crucial role in this offensive, retaking floor they'd lost years before. For them, every village liberated became non-public. It turned into their land, their homes, their records. French commanders coordinated carefully with British and American devices. All people had the identical purpose: push the Germans again, spoil their will, and give up the battle. American forces, now arriving in greater numbers, delivered fresh power in contrast to the other armies. They were not yet worn down with the aid of years of trench fighting. They introduced enthusiasm and energy in battles like Sam and the Argonne. They showed that they may combat tough and take floor. Their presence additionally gave the Allies a psychological aspect. Germany knew Time turned into knot on their facet. Every American soldier who landed in Europe tipped the stability. In addition, the Inspiration Offensive, which started out in overdue September 1918, become one and all the biggest and bloodiest components of the 100 Days. It worried over 1 million American infantrymen. And driven through a number of the hardest terrain in France, the Germans fought tough to preserve the forest, a place complete of thick timber hills and deep ravines. However, each day the individual's superior, it turned into gradual and steeply priced tens of thousands of casualties. But it became steady. They have been part of a bigger machine, now a coordinated Allied push that changed into forcing Germany back on the front returned in Germany. The political situation was spinning out of control. The human beings had had sufficient. There had been meals, riots, sailors refused to take their ships out to sea, soldiers commenced turning towards their officials, workers went on strike, the Kaiser's authorities changed into losing manage, and the requires peace grew louder. The German high command knew the conflict could not be won anymore. The simplest query left turned into how stop it. As October grew to become to November, the Allied armies persevered to increase. German resistance was nevertheless robust in places. However, it became now not organized or assured. Trenches had been deserted. System was left at the back of a few gadgets, surrendered without a combat. The German army became collapsing from the internal. On November 7th, German representatives crossed the front lines below a white flag. They were there to speak about ending the warfare. The Allies made their terms clean: complete withdrawal, give up of guns, and no greater. Preventing Germany had little desire. 4 days in a while, the morning of November 11th, 1918, an armistice becomes signed at 11:00 am, the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month. The guns ultimately fell silent. The 100 Days offensive had succeeded. It had broken the German army, pushed them out of France, and pressured them to seek peace. It didn't come effortlessly. The final push had priced loads of lots of lives on each sides. However, after 4 long years, the warfare become over. What made the 100 Days one of a kind wasn't just the speed or the range of battles. It changed into the trade. In mindset, the Allies now not waited for the enemy to attack. They took, manipulate. They moved speedy, adapted quickly, and used every aid, men, machines, and information to stay one step ahead. They fought smarter. They mixed artillery, tanks, planes, and infantry in ways that might form cutting-edge conflict for all time. The lessons of these very last months echoed a ways past the trenches. They showed that battle wasn't just about retaining ground or constructing defenses. It was approximately momentum, morale, and the potential to conform. The world had entered the conflict in 1914 with cavalry prices and parades. It ended it with coordinated attacks, metal machines, and incessant strain. But at the same time as the infantrymen celebrated the silence on November 11th, the world around them had modified for all time. The antique empires were crumbling. Borders might be redrawn. Thousands and thousands of lives had been lost, and hundreds of thousands greater had been reshaped via what they had seen and endured. The 100 Days offensive did not just quit a war. It marked the beginning of something new, a new world constructed on the ruins of the old bankruptcy. 22 fall apart of the critical powers' political upheaval, and the give-up of empires as the 100 Days offensive pushed the German army back, and Allied forces regained manipulate over massive elements of France and Belgium. It had become more and more clean that the imperative powers had been losing the warfare, now not just on the battlefield, but inside their very own borders. The cracks were not just in the trenches. They have been deep inside governments' economies and the will of people. The crumble did not appear all at once, but it accumulated pace fast, like a structure that has been weakened for too long, and all at once gives way. Germany was the strongest of the primary powers. However, even it changed into beginning to buckle. Its allies, Austria-Hungary, the Ottoman Empire, and Bulgaria, have been already starting to crumble, every for distinct motives. However, all stricken by the same basic truth: they could no longer maintain on. By overdue 1918, the end became no longer simply near. It become inevitable. Bulgaria was the first to go. It had joined the significant powers in 1915 mainly to settle territorial disputes with its Balkan neighbors. However, after years of preventing meals shortages and political unrest, the Bulgarian army became exhausted. In September 1918, Allied forces launched a major offensive within the Balkans, and the Bulgarian front collapsed. Fast infantrymen abandoned, civilians protested, and the authorities misplaced manage. On September 29th, Bulgaria signed an armistice, efficiently exiting the struggle. It became a quiet sign that the imperative powers had been unraveling. Subsequent came the Ottoman Empire, which were combating on a couple of fronts. towards the British inside the center east in opposition to the Russians in the Caucasus, and in opposition to revolts from within the empire, had stretched itself too skinny in 1917 and 1918. British and Arab forces below leaders like Lawrence made significant advances, capturing key towns like Jerusalem and Damascus. The Ottoman army became demoralized, their elements had strolling out, and the empire's populace changed into struggling deeply. On October 30th, the Ottomans signed the armistice of their struggle turned into over, and their empire, as soon as enormous and proud, became now little more than a group of broken provinces and fading recollections. Austria-Hungary become possibly the maximum volatile of them all. It wasn't clearly one kingdom, but a patchwork of various ethnic corporations and regions: Germans, Hungarians, Slovaks, Serbs, Croats, Romanians, Poles, and more, all sure collectively beneath one emperor, as the warfare dragged on that fragile harmony commenced to crumble. Each institution wanted its very own independence, its very own government, its personal future. The navy was overextended and falling apart through late 1918. The empire was full of strikes, protests, and open insurrection. On October 31st, Hungary declared independence. Czechoslovakia had already executed the equal. The empire was not an empire, it was dissolving in actual time, its pieces breaking off separately. On November 3rd, Austria-Hungary signed an armistice. The battle changed into for them too, but so was the empire that left Germany. It had hung on the longest, and for an awful lot of the struggle it had been the spine of the primary powers. However, now even Germany was coming undone. The defeat on the battlefield became one element. The state of affairs at home was something else completely. Years of blockade had starved the of food and resources. Civilians were desperate, employees were angry, squatties coming back from the front have been disappointed and bitter. Within the fall of 1918, the stress exploded. The German people have been instructed. They have been triumphing proper up until the final months. However, the truth could no longer be hidden. The Allies had been advancing. The army became ordered to launch a very last suicidal attack, and the sailors refused. The rebel unfold employees joined in squatties, refused to fireplace on protesters. Towns erupted in rebellion. Councils of workers and soldiers took control, just like what had took place in Russia a year earlier. In early November, the German government started to crumble. The Kaiser II turned into advised to abdicate. He resisted before everything, but the tide had become. On November 9th, he fled to the Netherlands. The monarchy changed into gone. Germany changed into declared a republic 2 days in a while. November 11th, the new German authorities signed the armistice that ended the conflict for Germany. The empire had fallen now not simply at the battlefield, but in its very foundations. What changed into left at the back have become chaos, no longer just in Germany, but throughout all of the former vital powers. The map of Europe became being torn up and redrawn. New international locations were being born out of old empires. In area of Austria-Hungary got independent international locations like Czechoslovakia and Yugoslavia. Poland, which have been divided for a century, re-emerged as its personal kingdom. Hungary became a republic. The Ottoman Empire, under pressure from foreign profession and nationalist revolts, could soon emerge as present-day Turkey. Germany, stripped of its monarchy, entered a turbulent length called the V Republic, seeking to rebuild an international that had changed past recognition. This wasn't pretty much losing a battle. This changed into about the whole collapse of the antique international order. Monarchies that had ruled for centuries were gone. The old concept that kings and emperors held electricity with the aid of divine right had been shattered by way of revolution, mutiny, and the need of normal humans. The struggle had drained no longer only armies, but agree within the systems that had sent hundreds of thousands to their deaths. The critical powers had fallen not only because they misplaced battles, but because their human beings had lost religion, and that crumble might form the entirety that got here next. The peace that observed the warfare built through treaties like the Treaty of Versailles might be formed via the reality that such a lot of empires had crumbled and so many people desired something new, but it'd also leave scars. The defeat of the valuable powers wasn't just army, it became deeply personal. People were hungry, indignant, and afraid the promises of peace and prosperity might show hard to keep, and people unresolved tensions could echo via the following many years, setting the degree for an excellent, extra devastating struggle. Nonetheless, in November 1918, the arena turned into centered on one factor: the weapons had fallen silent, the fighting had stopped, and the significant powers had collapsed for those who had lived through the horror of the trenches that turned into enough. For now the arena had modified, and no one yet knew what the future would deliver. Chapter 23. Armistice Day. The weapons fall silent, The struggle had dragged on for over 4 years. Hundreds of thousands had died, empires had fallen, cities had been shattered, households were torn apart. However, now, as November 1918 arrived, there has been a shift in the air. The Allied advances at some point of the 100 Days offensive had driven the German military to the breaking point. One at a time, the crucial powers had both surrendered or collapsed from within. Bulgaria changed into the primary to fall. Then the Ottoman Empire, observed by way of Austria-Hungary, now best Germany, remained. And it was unraveling quickly, each on the battlefield. And at domestic insurrection and revolution were spreading throughout German towns. Soldiers refused to comply with orders. People went on strike. Sailors, the human beings, had been worn out, ravenous, and irritated. The authorities knew the war could not pass on any longer. There was nothing left to fight for. On November 9th, Kaiser II abdicated and fled into exile. Germany became declared a republic, the monarchy become long past. That same day, a new civilian-led German government sent phrase to the Allies that they were prepared to agree to a ceasefire. The armistice talks began. The negotiations occurred in a railway carriage parked in the wooded area of in northern France. It turned into a chilly gray placing. Hidden some of the trees, quiet, remoted, and symbolic, the Allied delegation turned into, led by using Marshal Ferdinand, one in all. France's top military leaders. He wasn't there to debate or negotiate. The phrases had already been drawn up. Germany would both receive them or continue a struggle. It is able to not maintain. The German delegation, led with the aid of arrived, knowing they'd little room to argue. They had been surrounded by way of defeat. Each militarily and politically himself. Wasn't or soldier, he become a civilian, a flesh presser, a person who were dispatched due to the fact the brand new German Republic wanted someone to take duty for ending the conflict. It changed into a heavy burden. He turned into, treated coldly by means of the Allies, mainly by way of the French, who had suffered terribly all through the war. The Germans examined through the phrases the instantaneous withdrawal of German troops from France, Belgium, and Alsace, the give-up of weapons, artillery, aircraft, submarines, the release of Allied prisoners, persevered naval blockade, no lifting of sanctions, and no ensures it become general, unconditional. The German delegation protested some terms, especially the continuing blockade and the handing over of equipment. However, Marshall did not flow. There was no compromise. The Germans had 48 hours to signal, and so forth. November 11th at 5:00 m. They did. The armistice changed into signed in that railway carriage in the early morning darkness. However, it would not take impact. Without delay, the guns could fall silent at the 11th hour, 11:00 m. At the 11th day of the 11th month, that 6-hour window between the signing and the ceasefire was one of the most tragic and surreal intervals of the warfare. Squaddies on both facets knew that peace became coming in a relay of hours, and but in the one's very last moments, fighting persevered in SEU. A few sectors officials ordered their guys to keep attacking till the final second. Some did it to advantage floor that could deliver their side leverage all through the peace talks. Others absolutely failed to obtain the information in time or failed to trust it at the Western. The front. American, British, and French troops persevered to push ahead. German troops, nevertheless, defending their positions, fired lower back. There had been assaults on bridges, villages, and trenches, all whilst the ink at the armistice become nonetheless drying. In those very last 6 hours, extra than 2,000 guys had been killed. It turned into one of the bloodiest mornings of the entire conflict. Non-public. Henry Gunter, an American soldier, became the final recognized combat demise of World War. He charged a German machine gun nest near the city of Devon in France. The Germans shouted at him to prevent. They knew the war became minutes from ending, but he saved, coming rifle in hand, and turned into shot lifeless at 10:59 m. 1 minute earlier than the guns were to fall silent. Then came 11 a.m. Throughout Europe, the sound of artillery fire all of a sudden stopped for the primary time in 4 years. There has been silence on the Western, the front. No greater shells exploding overhead, no more gadget gun hearth, no more shouted instructions, no extra screams, just silence. Squaddies stood inside the trenches, bowled over. Some wept, others cheered, many absolutely stood in disbelief. It felt surreal after the whole lot that they had endured the mud, the blood, the fear. It changed into over. They were nonetheless alive. And that silence became louder than any explosion in London, Paris, and Big Apple. People poured into the streets, bells rang, flags were waved, strangers hugged, tears fell, crowds gathered outdoor government buildings in Paris. Humans danced in the streets in London. Massive Ben rang out again, for the first time in years. Even though it changed into early morning celebrations, started straightaway parades, shaped churches opened their doors. People prayed the warfare turned into over. However, not every body felt like celebrating for the families who had misplaced cherished ones. The silence introduced grief for the soldiers who had watched their friends die that morning. It felt bitter. Why had they died so close to peace? What purpose had those final hours served? And for folks that lower back domestic, the wounds, physical and emotional, could remaining a lifetime. They called it the conflict to end all wars. However, no one absolutely believed that not after the whole thing they'd visible. The silence on November 11th turned into a sort of comfort. However, additionally, a deep haunting pause. The sector had modified Europe, turned into shattered. Millions of people had been lifeless. Cities had been destroyed. Fields have been nonetheless littered with bodies, shells, and craters. Complete villages had disappeared. Families were damaged. Youngsters were orphaned. And although the warfare had ended, the cost might be felt for generations. Within the weeks that followed, the infantrymen started out to return home, some to fanfare, others to silence. Veterans located that domestic wasn't continually welcoming. Many suffered from what we now name post-annoying pressure. However, returned then, it became referred to as shell surprise. It was poorly understood. Regularly treated with disgrace, rather than support. A few squatties by no means truly came back, even though they survived. Their minds had been by using what they'd witnessed, and the sector they lower back to turned into not the identical for the governments of Europe. The armistice becomes simply the start of a complicated peace method. The battle was over, however, the treaties nonetheless needed to be written. The Paris Peace Conference could begin in early 1919, and it would take months to settle the very last terms. For lots of Germans, the armistice felt like betrayal. They have been informed they had been winning, and now all at once they had surrendered. This sense of misunderstanding and anger would develop, particularly as soon as the Treaty of Versailles was signed. However, in the one's first days, all that mattered become that the guns had stopped. Armistice Day became a symbol, a second in time. Whilst the sector took a breath, it wasn't the quit of conflict all the time, but it was the stop of something enormous. Within the years that accompanied, international locations commenced to commemorate that second. Ceremonies had been held, memorials have been built, poppies have been worn, especially in Britain and its former colonies, symbolizing the bloodshed at the battlefields of Flanders. November 11th have become a sacred day, acknowledged in some nations as Remembrance Day and others as Veterans Day. However, always tied to that moment when the world fell silent. The railway carriage in which the armistice was signed was preserved and later displayed in a French museum. It had become an image of justice, of victory. But that symbol could tackle a darker twist years later, when forced the French to signal their very own surrender within the equal railway carriage after Germany's invasion in New 1940. In the course of international warfare, the symbolism become powerful and chilling. It reminded the arena that the silence of 1918 had now not delivered lasting peace. But on that day, November 11th, 1918, the sector was hopping. The silence become a hazard to start once more, a threat to heal. Soldiers laid down their guns, civilians hugged their youngsters. A touch, the solar rose on a world forever changed, uncertain of what might come next. However, sure of one component, the conflict turned into finally over. Chapter 24, the Treaty of Versailles. Punishment, or peace. After the armistice added silence to the battlefields on November 11th, 1918, the guns stopped firing. However, the international did no longer abruptly turn out to be peaceful. The struggle turned into over, yes. But what got here subsequent turned into even greater, complicated. Europe become left in ruins. Tens of millions had been dead. Towns, economies, and empires had collapsed. Soldiers had again home. But the scars of struggle have been everywhere, and now leaders from round the arena needed to parent out how to put the entirety again collectively. That changed into the goal of the peace convention held in Paris in 1919. What they produced would emerge as called the Treaty of Versailles, named after the Grand Palace where it turned into signed. But instead of healing the arena, it stirred new tensions, raised deep questions, and left in the back of a mixture of relief, resentment, and unfinished commercial enterprise. As 1919 started out, leaders from greater than 30 countries arrived in Paris to barter what the post-war international would seem like. But in spite of the big variety of countries represented, the actual energy became held by way of just a few. The main choices had been made by what got here to be referred to as the Massive Four. Those have been the leaders of the amazing Britain, France, and Italy. Every had their own desires, their very own agendas, and their own model of what peace ought to imply. Wilson, the president of the, came to Paris with a vision that he was hopping would reshape the world. He had outlined his thoughts in a speech known as the 14 Points. In it, he referred to as for things like open international relations, freedom of the seas, a reduction in guns, and self-dedication. That means that ethnic businesses should have the right to manipulate themselves. Most significantly, he wanted to create a league of countries and global employer that could help countries solve disputes peacefully, so that nothing like world battle might ever occur again. Wilson believed the world had found out its lesson. He desired a peace constructed on fairness, now not revenge. However, the leaders, mainly the French, did now not see it the same way. France had suffered extraordinarily. At some point of the struggle, a good deal of the the front had run via northern France, leaving towns, farmland, and families destroyed. Over 1 million French squatties had died. France's High Minister had no interest in Wilson's idealism. He wanted protection. He wanted to make sure Germany should in no way upward push again and threaten France. And he wanted Germany to pay for what it had accomplished. Britain's leader, top minister David George, become somewhere in between. He knew the British people desired to punish Germany, especially after the suffering of the war and the assaults on civilians. However, he also understood that a solid Germany was important for trade and stability in Europe. Italy, led by Orlando, frequently wanted to benefit territory it had been promised while it joined the warfare at the Allied side. But Italy turned into frequently ignored of the important thing discussions and grew frustrated via the entire system. Germany, the United States at the middle of all of it, became not allowed to take part inside the negotiations. The German delegation turned into known as in simplest to obtain the phrases now not to discuss them. They'd no seat at the desk and no power to thrust back that sense of exclusion might hang out Germany. For years, the Treaty of Versailles changed into finished after months of meetings, debates, and compromises. It became formally presented to the Germans in Can also 1919. When they read it, they had been stunned. The terms had been harsh. Germany changed into required to simply accept complete responsibility for causing the battle. This became known as the struggle guilt clause. It wasn't only a statement, it became the prison foundation for traumatic reparations or bills to cowl the damages resulting from the warfare. Germany turned into told it'd have to pay 132 billion gold marks in big quantity that could take many years to pay off. On pinnacle of the economic burden, Germany lost a large amount of land. It had to give up territory to France, Belgium, Poland, and others, the provinces of Alsace, and had been lower back to France. The Rhineland, an area on Germany's western border, changed into to be demilitarized, which means no German troops or weapons will be placed there. Germany also misplaced all its distant places, colonies. Its army became drastically decreased. The navy was limited to 100,000 soldiers. The army turned into decreased to a handful of ships. Submarines, tanks, and an air force had been banned completely. Germany changed into also forbidden to unite with Austria, a flow intended to stop the upward push of a larger German-talking empire. The German delegation protested. They called the treaty a dictated peace. They argued that it turned into unfair, that Germany had not started the struggle on my own, and that no U.S. ought to pay such enormous reparations without collapsing. But they'd no choice. The Allies threatened to resume the warfare if Germany refused to sign. And so on June 28, 1919, the German representatives signed the Treaty of Versailles inside the corridor of mirrors on the Palace of Versailles, the equal area where nearly 50 years in advance the German Empire had been proclaimed after the Franco-Russian War. The symbolism turned into effective and sour again in Germany. The treaty changed into met with outrage. Many Germans felt humiliated. They didn't consider they'd misplaced the warfare and the discipline. The armistice had been signed, whilst German troops had been nonetheless on overseas soil. So while the treaty Germany as completely responsible, it felt like an insult. The time period stab in the lower back began to unfold a fantasy that stated the German army had been betrayed by means of politicians, communists, and Jews at home. It wasn't proper, but it took root, and it'd be used later via extremist actions to benefit, guide, and push dangerous ideas. Meanwhile, within the U.S., the response became also complicated. Wilson had hoped that the treaty might be a stepping stone towards a better international, especially with the League of Countries at its middle. But whilst he returned home, he confronted robust competition. Many participants of the Senate did now not need the US tied to international guarantees. They feared that joining the League would drag America into destiny wars, in spite of Wilson's efforts, including a nationwide talking excursion that left him bodily and mentally exhausted. The Senate refused to ratify the treaty. The US, by no means, joined the League of Nations. Without American aid, the League struggled from the start for the humans of Europe. The Treaty of Versailles brought a kind of uneasy peace. The fighting had stopped, and the borders were redrawn. However, tensions remained inside the new international locations made from the ashes of antique empires like Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Yugoslavia. There have been disputes over who belonged where. Ethnic companies had been scattered across borders. Countrywide delight and old grudges nonetheless simmered beneath the surface. The reparations payments have become a big burden for Germany. They struggled to pay, especially all through the early 1920s, whilst their economic system changed into vulnerable and volatile in 1923, when Germany fell in the back of on payments. French and Belgian troops occupied the Germany's industrial heartland. German employees went on strike. The government published extra money to pay them, which brought about hyperinflation. Prices spiraled out of control. Human beings carried wheelbarrows full of nugatory cash just to buy bread. Existence financial savings have been worn out in a single day. The financial chaos only deepened the sense of injustice. Many historians have debated the Treaty of Versailles for decades. A few say it turned into too harsh, that through humiliating and crippling Germany, the treaty created the precise situations for destiny battle. Others argue it wasn't harsh enough, that Germany remained robust enough to recover quickly and later challenge the peace. Either manner, what is apparent is that the treaty failed to create lasting balance. It is smooth to look back now and spot the warning signs and symptoms: the deep resentment in Germany, the upward thrust of nationalism, the financial troubles, the weak spot of the League of Countries. Inside 20 years, the arena could another time be plunged into battle, and even extra devastating war that many believed born from the screw-ups of Versailles. But at the time there has been real hope. The warfare had ended. Countries had been trying to rebuild. The dream of a peaceful global order had taken form, despite the fact that most effective. Briefly, the Treaty of Versailles was no longer only a record. It changed into a symbol of each human attempt and human failure and try, and formed the destiny, however one constructed, on the ruins of a horrible past. As the dirt settled in 1919, the world stood at a crossroads. Peace had been declared, but it changed into fragile. The wounds of warfare have been deep. The selections made at Versailles might echo via history, not just in politics and borders, but inside the lives of ordinary humans seeking to make feel of an international that had modified for all-time bankruptcy. 25 warfare reparations. And the financial effect. The Treaty of Versailles left Germany with a heavy burden, no longer simply in terms of lost territory or navy restrictions, but in the shape of struggle reparations. These reparations were bills demanded from Germany by way of the Allied powers to cover the mammoth destruction caused by international struggle. The sum become astounding 132 billion gold marks, which turned into roughly equivalent to 33 billion US at the time, an amount that seemed not possible to pay. This financial value formed no longer most effective Germany's future. However, the whole post-war economy main to ripple results, felt for years to come from the begin. Reparations have been a big source of anxiety. The Allies, especially France and Britain, desired Germany to pay for the damages their international locations had suffered. They noticed reparations as a form of justice, a way to ensure Germany changed into held answerable for the conflict. The French particularly had skilled devastation on their soil. Their farms, factories, and cities had been destroyed by using years of fighting. They desperately needed cash to rebuild. But the German financial system become already shattered. The battle had drained the U.S. assets, brought on inflation, and disrupted change. Factories and farms became to conflict production. And after the struggle, the transition to a peacetime economy was tough. On top of that, the lack of territory meant Germany lost vital commercial areas, cutting off valuable resources, and factories trying to meet these reparations bills located a big strain on Germany. The authorities struggled to raise the money, which brought about hard selections. Taxes which hit normal people tough. The government additionally resorted to printing extra cash to cowl the costs. However, this induced inflation to spiral out of control. By 1923, Germany turned into within the grip of hyperinflation. Fees rose so speedy that money have become almost worthless. Human beings' existence savings disappeared overnight. As an instance, what as soon as a few marks might value hundreds of thousands or maybe billions in just a remember of months. The hyperinflation disaster changed into devastating. Regular Germans suffered significantly. Pensioners and people on fixed incomes observed themselves unable to manage to pay for simple items like bread or coal. Groups struggled to survive, and unemployment rose. Social unrest grew. People lost faith in the authorities and the democratic system, which Regarded powerless to solve the crisis, this monetary chaos created fertile floor for political extremists consisting of and the Nazi celebration to benefit aid by using promising to repair Germany's delight and prosperity. In the meantime, the reparations issue created friction among the Allies themselves. Britain and France frequently disagreed about how harshly to deal with Germany. France desired to enforce reparations strictly, and even sent troops into this business heartland in 1923 to capture goods, while payments fell behind. Britain, however, turned into greater cautious. Many British leaders involved that if Germany's financial system collapsed, it might harm all of Europe's economy, and probably cause every other warfare. A few in Britain even sympathized with Germany's struggles throughout Europe. The war's economic costs had been massive. The Allies had borrowed closely, particularly from America, to finance the war effort. Now, they hoped reparations would assist pay lower back those money owed. However, the machine changed into complex. The United States desired the Allies to repay their loans. However, the Allies depended on German reparations to do so. Germany, meanwhile, ought to simplest pay. If its economy turned into stable, it changed into a hard cycle that created tension and uncertainty. To cope with these issues, several plans have been proposed to reduce or restructure Germany's reparations. The Dawes Plan of 1924 turned into one early try. It supplied for a staggered price timetable and loaned Germany cash to help stabilize its economic system. This plan helped ease the crisis and taken a few years of relative stability. The United States banks invested closely in Germany, assisting rebuild industries and infrastructure. Still, the reparations difficulty by no means fully went away. Many Germans felt the payments were humiliating and unfair, especially as the financial situation worsened once more for the duration of the awesome despair within the 1930s. This feel of complaint changed into a powerful pressure in German politics and helped gasoline nationalist and extremist movements beyond Germany. The economic effect of the warfare and reparations shaped all of Europe. Countries struggled with debt, unemployment, and inflation. Governments confronted the mission of rebuilding their economies, whilst additionally being concerned for hundreds of thousands of disabled veterans, war widows, and orphans. Many nations delivered new social packages. However, resources were limited. The financial disruption also changed exchange styles. Before the war, Europe's economic system changed into fairly interconnected. The struggle and the reparations fractured those links. International locations grew to become inward, specializing in rebuilding their personal industries. Defensive price lists and alternate boundaries accelerated, which slowed international monetary growth. This era changed into marked by means of uncertainty and choppy recovery. The financial strain of the battle contributed to political instability across Europe. In a few nations, such as Italy and Hungary, financial complication helped result in authoritarian regimes. Governments found it tougher to maintain public guide as humans demanded jobs and better residing situations. The United States, by way of assessment, entered a length of economic boom within the 20s, regularly known as the Roaring Twenties, with its commercial base intact and its economy strengthened via wartime production. America have become an international monetary leader. American banks played a key function in lending cash to Europe, but this additionally tied the sector economic system carefully to the U.S. and downs of the Yankee market. While reparations and monetary troubles ruled the 1920s, efforts had been also made to promote peace and stability through worldwide cooperation. The League of Countries, created after the war to prevent destiny conflicts, tried to mediate disputes and encourage disarmament. But it lacked the energy to enforce selections, in particular when you consider that main powers like the in no way absolutely dedicated to it. The financial hardships and political tensions of the post-war years made the 1930s a dangerous time. The splendid despair, which began in 1929, worsened conditions throughout the globe. Unemployment soared, governments struggled, and lots of people lost faith in democracy and worldwide diplomacy. In Germany, the mixture of reparations, resentment, monetary fall apart, and political extremism would sooner or later lead to the upward push of the Nazi birthday celebration promised to overturn the Treaty of Versailles, restore German satisfaction, and rebuild the financial system. His message located in keen audience amongst the ones tormented by unemployment and humiliation. Searching returned it is clean that battle reparations and their monetary impact shaped a lot of the history that observed the monetary value of world conflict. I used to be no longer only a matter of numbers. It affected thousands and thousands of lives, motivated politics, and altered the route of countries. the reparations demanded through the Treaty of Versailles aimed to make. Germany pay for the conflict's destruction, but in doing so, they also helped create conditions that made lasting peace tough. The financial turmoil of the 20s and 30s was a powerful reminder that peace constructed on punishment without reconciliation can stitch the seeds of future struggle. On the same time, the financial struggles of post-war Europe tested the interconnectedness of the global financial system. What took place in a single country could fast spread to others. This lesson could affect economic guidelines and global cooperation efforts for many years. The revel in of battle. Reparations and financial hassle additionally brought about adjustments in how governments controlled their economies and social welfare. Many nations understand the need for more potent monetary making plans and assist for prone populations. As the world moved ahead from the devastation of world conflict, the instructions of reparations and financial effect remained critical. They showed that the costs of warfare pass a long way beyond the battlefield. They increase into the lives of civilians, the stability of governments, and the health of the worldwide economy. The tale of conflict reparations isn't just about money, it's about the demanding situations of recovery after struggle, and the problem of building a peace that lasts. It reminds us that monetary rules are deeply related to political realities and human experiences. Know how reparations fashion post-war Europe allows explain why the peace after global battle used to be fragile, and why new conflicts emerged. It additionally highlights the significance of equity cooperation and lengthy time period questioning in rebuilding a international. Torn aside through battle bankruptcy. 26. The misplaced era social and cultural impact. World struggle did not only reshape borders or economies, it additionally profoundly modified the social cloth and subculture of the time. The warfare left deep scars on the folks that lived through it, mainly folks who fought at the front lines, and the societies they lower back to this era after the battle came to be referred to as the technology of the misplaced era, a time period that captured the feelings of disillusionment, loss, and questioning that described a whole era of younger humans. The phrase lost generation was popularized by means of the writer Stein and later used by Ernest to describe the younger males and females who had survived the battle, but felt disconnected from the values and traditions of the past. These people had visible the horrors of industrialized battle, trench battles, endless artillery bombardments, poison gas attacks, and devastating losses. For lots, the battle shattered vintage beliefs in development, honor, and countrywide pride when infantrymen home they came again to. Societies that had additionally modified dramatically. Households had lost fathers, brothers, and sons. Communities mourned their dead and struggled to rebuild. The battle left in the back of millions of disabled veterans, many carrying both seen wounds and invisible mental scars. The trauma of struggle led to what became then called shell surprise, now better understood as put up disturbing strain sickness, PTSD. Many veterans discovered it hard to adjust to civilian existence, facing unemployment, poverty, and social alienation. On the identical time, the conflict elevated social change, especially for ladies. With such a lot of guys away combating, women took on new roles in factories, farms, and workplaces. They proved their capability in work that had previously been taken into consideration. Men's jobs. This shift challenged traditional gender roles and helped fuel moves for girls' rights after the warfare. Many nations granted girls the right to vote, spotting their contributions and the want for more equality. This turned into a major step towards social transformation, despite the fact that the adventure closer to full equality could maintain for decades. The conflict additionally triggered human beings to question authority, lifestyle, and vintage values. The destruction and loss made many cynical, approximately nationalism, and the idea that battle was glorious or heroic. Writers, artists, and intellectuals reacted strongly to this new reality. The arts became a powerful way to explicit the feel of loss, confusion, and search for which means that the struggle had created. Literature from this time contemplated the feelings of the lost. Technology. Writers like Ernest F. and T.S. captured the disillusionment and restlessness of young human beings trying to find their vicinity in a modified international. Their works often featured subject matters of alienation, the fragility of lifestyles, and the of-cloth fulfillment. The jazz age, with its lively track and dance, became each a celebration and a distraction, a way for humans to break out the bleak realities of the beyond. In Europe, an expansion of recent inventive moves emerged, reflecting the fractured and uncertain global. For instance, changed into emotion that conventional artwork, paperwork, and embraced absurdity and chaos as a reaction to the senselessness of battle. Surrealism followed exploring the subconscious mind and goals as approaches to break free from rational idea that had caused such destruction. These moves challenged installed norms, and wondered the reason of artwork itself. Cinema additionally grew in importance as a new form of mass amusement and cultural expression. Silent movies became highly famous, providing a shared revel for humans across distinct international locations. The technology and storytelling of cinema began to mirror the complexities of modern-day life, such as the trauma of struggle. The social effect of the battle become additionally visible in modifications to regular existence, the population shifts caused by the conflict, including the lack of millions of younger men, altered own family systems, and demographic cities grew as people moved for work and new technology like the auto and telephone started out to alternate how humans lived and linked with each different. The battle's effect on religion was substantial, as nicely many humans struggled to reconcile their faith with the scale of struggling they had witnessed. A few became far away from prepared religion, even as others sought new secular paths. The sense of a damaged world caused debates about morality, human nature, and the future of civilization. In politics, the trauma and upheaval of the struggle helped gasoline new ideologies. The discontent amongst veterans and workers contributed to the growth of socialist and communist movements, especially in countries like Germany and Russia. In the meantime, the worry of instability led some to aid authoritarian regimes that promised order and revival, placing the stage for the turbulent. A long time beforehand, the lost technology turned into marked by way of a search for new, which means an international in which the antique certainties were destroyed. Many young humans felt ruthless and unsure about the destiny. This feeling was now not confined to infantrymen or those directly affected by the war. It unfolded via literature, art, track, and day-by-day life. No matter the darkness and disillusionment, this era additionally saw creativity and innovation. The battle had extended technological advances, and the post-war years introduced new innovations and thoughts. The 1920s and 1930s had been instances of experimentation, from cutting-edge architecture to psychology, exploring new ways to apprehend and improve the human situation. The cultural shift turned into global, and the Harlem Renaissance blossomed with African American artists and writers expressing satisfaction in their background and addressing social problems. Jazz tune born in the South spread global and became an image of the technology's power and exchange. In the meantime, the legacy of the lost era persevered to influence later generations. The warfare's instructions, approximately the fees of war, and the fragility of peace have become significant issues in politics, literature, and training. The hope was to save you every other struggle on the sort of devastating scale, despite the fact that as history might display, the one's hopes were challenged in the many years to come. Knowledge, the misplaced generation, allows us to see how battle impacts extra than simply armies and governments. It touches the hearts and minds of individuals, reshaping societies and cultures in profound ways. The legacy of global warfare, eyes social and cultural impact, is a reminder that the effects of battle echo lengthy after the fighting stops. As the arena struggled to rebuild after the conflict, the misplaced era stood at the crossroads of tradition and modernity, wearing the load of loss, but also the promise of latest beginnings. Their tales, artwork, and struggles maintain to speak to us, providing perception into the human fee of warfare and the resilience of the human spirit. Bankruptcy, 27 new international locations and borders redrawing the map after the weapons in the end fell silent, and the harsh terms of the Treaty of Versailles were signed. The world entered a new technology of political upheaval and transformation. The map of Europe and the Middle East, once dominated with the aid of enormous empires and vintage monarchies, become absolutely redrawn. The aftermath of world conflict, I didn't simply mark the cease of a devastating warfare. It marked the start of latest nations and new borders, all the time converting how human beings diagnosed themselves and how strength was dispersed. The disintegrate of the empire, the Ottoman Empire, Germany, and Russia left massive territories up for grabs. These empires had ruled for hundreds of years, controlling numerous peoples and regions. When they fell aside, a wave of nationalism and self-willpower swept throughout Europe and the Middle East. Those who had long been part of empires started out to call for their own countries, locations in which they may communicate their very own language, exercise their personal subculture, and govern themselves. One of the maximum enormous outcomes of this reshaping changed into the creation of several new international locations in vital and Eastern Europe. A big empire made from many ethnic companies vanished absolutely. In its region arose a patchwork of smaller international locations. Austria and Hungary became separate international locations, but others like Czechoslovakia and Yugoslavia have been formed to unite agencies with a few shared records or tradition. Czechoslovakia delivered collectively tests, and into one it changed into a brand new idea to unite these businesses underneath a democratic authorities hopping to balance their differences. Yugoslavia was even more various, combining Serbs, Croats, and different South Slavic peoples into one state. But these new countries confronted challenges right away. Many businesses inside their borders wanted more independence or felt they were being dominated with the aid of others. This sowed seeds of anxiety that could flare up once more later. Poland, which had been wiped off the map for over a century, returned as an unbiased us of its borders, however, had been hotly contested. Poland needed to fight wars with neighboring countries like Soviet Russia and Germany to comfortable its territory. The new barriers were frequently drawn without perfect regard for ethnic or cultural realities, causing friction. And war, the Russian Empire had already collapsed because of the revolution and civil war. But its fall additionally meant that Finland, Latvia, and Lithuania declared their independence. These Baltic states emerged as new international locations looking for their footing in a chaotic area. Their independence changed into fragile and threatened with the aid of larger powers close by, especially Soviet Russia. In the meantime, Germany lost huge quantities of land. It lost Alsace to France, which were a chief point of warfare for many years. Elements of Japanese Germany were given to the new Poland. The Saar location became located under League of Countries manipulate, and the town of Danzig, free town to keep away from conflict among Germany and Poland. All of those adjustments left Germany feeling humiliated and economically weakened, growing a bitter mood that could have consequences later. The Middle East underwent a number of the maximum dramatic modifications. The Ottoman Empire, which had controlled plenty of the vicinity for centuries, was dismantled. Britain and France took manipulative lots of the Middle East through a sequence of mandates, territories that they governed on behalf of the League of Nations. Those new colonial borders often left out the complicated ethnic and secular makeup of the region. Britain controlled Palestine, Iraq, and Transjordan at the same time as France took Syria and Lebanon. The promises made during the warfare to Arab leaders for independence have been complex by way of these new mandates. Arabs, who was hopping for self-felt, betrayed Maine to unrest and revolts inside the years ahead. One of the maximum contentious issues changed into the destiny of Palestine, wherein the British government issued the declaration in 1917, helping the establishment of a countrywide home for the Jewish human beings. This was the start of a long and hard struggle between Jewish and Arab communities, a battle that continues to have an effect on the place. At the present time, the redrawing of borders wasn't just about drawing lines on a map. It affected thousands and thousands of lives. Human beings found themselves living in new international locations overnight, every so often, as minorities in unfamiliar lands. Borders divided families, groups, and ethnic companies. This prompted considerable social and political anxiety, as new governments tried to build team spirit and balance. In a few instances, these new borders created countries that were without a doubt now not sustainable. They mixed businesses with lengthy histories of conflict, or disregarded the dreams of positive peoples. This fact intended that political instability and ethnic tensions have become common within the years. After the war, the League of Nations became created to help control these new states and promote peace. However, it regularly lacked the power to put in force its choices. Many disputes over borders and minority rights remained unresolved. The hope that diplomacy and global cooperation could save you destiny conflicts. However, the truth was extra complicated in Western Europe. The political map changed into much less dramatically changed. However, the impact changed into nevertheless profound. France regained Alsace, which became a symbolic victory after many years of German control. Belgium, which had been invaded early inside the conflict, regained its territory and turned into diagnosed for its struggling. The UK, at the same time, as effective, discovered its empire stretched and faced new demanding situations, as the struggle had altered worldwide strength dynamics. The economic cost of the struggle additionally stimulated the political landscape. Many new countries struggled economically, trying to recover from destruction and the disruption of change. A few relied heavily on reparations from defeated powers or guide from large allies. This economic instability made it difficult for governments to keep order and improve residing conditions at the identical time. The battle accelerated the decline of monarchies. Russia's Romanovs had already been overthrown throughout the revolution. Germany's Kaiser II abdicated and fled into exile. Emperor stepped down, and the Ottoman Sultan lost a lot of his electricity monarchies, gave manner to republics, constitutional monarchies, or other types of government, marking the give-up of an era. The brand new nations faced the great undertaking of state building, creating establishments, drafting constitutions, economies, and defining their identities. This was hard paintings made extra complex by using social divisions and the lingering trauma of conflicts. Of these, new countries tried to build democratic structures with elected parliaments and protections for minority rights. Others leaned toward authoritarian governments, believing sturdy leadership become needed to keep order. The mixture of political systems contemplated the uncertainty and upheaval of the time. The redrawing of the map additionally had consequences beyond Europe and the Middle East. The disintegration of empires affected colonies round the world. Ideas about self-willpower and countrywide identification began to unfold too. Asia, Africa, and different areas at the same time, as these areas remained in large part below colonial manage. The seeds of future independence movements had been planted. The story of latest nations and borders after international conflict is a complex one. It is approximately the hopes for peace and self, however, also about the problems of creating solid, honest governments in an international still reeling from destruction. The borders drawn with the aid of effective powers tried to stability. Power and fulfilled countrywide claims, however, frequently ended up growing new tensions. This reshaping became a first-rate element of the legacy of world warfare. It showed that struggle did not just end conflicts, however, may want to start new ones once in a while in sudden ways. The brand new nations that emerged carried each the promise of freedom and the weight of division. As the 1920s and 30s unfolded, the political map would continue to be a supply of instability. Some new international locations struggled to continue to exist, whilst others faced outside threats, the unresolved conflicts over borders. Ethnic corporations and governance helped create the conditions for destiny wars, yet regardless of these demanding situations, the length after international conflict was also a time of innovation, hope, and new beginnings. The introduction of recent international locations reflected the developing belief in countrywide self-willpower, the concept that humans have to have the proper to control themselves. This precept could form global politics for the relaxation of the century. Understanding how the arena changed into redrawn after international battle, helps provide an explanation for plenty about the conflicts and alliances that accompanied it, shows us the delicate balance between peace and war and the way records can shape the destiny and surprising approaches. The tale of recent countries and borders is not pretty much lines on a map. It's miles about the individuals who live inside the ones borders, their struggles, their identities, and their hopes. It reminds us that the aftermath of war is not genuinely and give up, however complex. Starting Chapter 28, Seeds of Destiny War, how WW2 brought about, why the quit of world conflict. I added a fragile piece to the arena. The weapons had fallen silent, and international locations have been busy seeking to rebuild from the significant destruction. However, below the surface, many issues from the conflict remained unresolved. The peace that turned into created was uneasy and risky. The brand new borders, harsh treaties, monetary turmoil, and political planted the seeds for some other even deadlier struggle, global battle. One in all the largest reasons for this became the Treaty of Versailles. Whilst it formally ended the war, it left many people feeling angry and humiliated, in particular in Germany. The treaty compelled Germany to accept obligation for the battle and to pay huge reparations to the positive Allied powers. Those needs devastated the German economic system and created big resentment amongst its human beings. Many Germans believed the treaty become unfair, and that their United States had been betrayed, a sense that became called the stab in the back fable. This idea suggested that Germany hadn't definitely lost the warfare on the battlefield, however, were betrayed via politicians, employees, and minorities at domestic. This ecosystem of bitterness and humiliation have become a powerful tool for extremists to advantage. Helped the V Republic. Germany's new democratic government turned into vulnerable and confronted constant assaults from each the political left and right, financial worry, especially throughout the superb despair of the past due 1920s and early 1930s, only made matters worse. Hundreds of thousands of human beings had been unemployed, homeless, and desperate for exchange on this context. And the Nazi birthday celebration rose to power by means of promising to repair Germany's satisfaction, rebuild the economy, and reject the Versailles Treaty. They blamed many corporations for Germany's issues, especially Jews and communists, fueling dangerous nationalism and hatred. message appealed to many that felt betrayed and wanted a robust leader to make Germany excellent. Once more, however, Germany turned into now not the simplest United States of America, wherein extremism took preserve throughout Europe. Monetary struggles and social unrest opened the door for radical political actions. Italy had already visible the upward thrust of and his fascist celebration, which promised order and national revival after years of instability in the Soviet Union. Joseph tightened his grip on strength, turning the communist state right into a brutal dictatorship. These regimes rejected democracy and promoted aggressive nationalism and militarism. The redrawing of borders after international battle II additionally contributed to future tensions. Many new countries created through the Treaty of Versailles were fragile and contained deep ethnic divisions. Some organizations felt excluded or oppressed, main to ongoing conflicts, as an example in Japanese Europe. Nations like Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, and Poland struggled to unite diverse populations with different languages, religions, and histories. This instability created possibilities for outdoor powers like Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union to exploit those divisions further to political and ethnic tensions. Monetary issues performed a large position. The incredible melancholy, which commenced in 1929, had a devastating impact on economies worldwide. Nations struggled with large unemployment, failing banks, and falling change. In desperate times, humans frequently became away from democratic governments and in the direction of leaders who promised quick answers, despite the fact that the one's solutions were extreme or violent. Another critical factor become the failure of the League of Nations, created to save you future wars through international relations and collective safety. The League became weakened from the start. It had no actual power to implement its decisions, and some fundamental powers like the United States of America by no means joined when competitive movements occurred, including Japan invading in 1931 or Italy attacking Ethiopia in 1935. The League turned into not able to forestall them. This emboldened dictators to take extra dangers. Germany's rearmament and growth during the 1930s challenged the post-war order, directly brazenly violated the Versailles Treaty through rebuilding the German military, remilitarizing the Rhineland, and pursuing competitive foreign regulations. His purpose turned into to unite all German-talking peoples and enlarge Germany's territory, which he called realm or living space. These movements, tensions throughout Europe, alarmed different nations. However, many chose appeasement hopping to avoid some other war. The coverage of appeasement, especially by way of Britain and France, became an attempt to maintain peace by way of making concessions to competitive powers. The Munich Settlement of 1938 allowed Germany to annex the land part of Czechoslovakia. Without a fight, this become meant to satisfy demands and prevent struggle. Alternatively, it encouraged similarly aggression with the aid of showing that the Allies may not forestall him. Meanwhile, inside the East, the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany signed a shocking non-aggression percent in 1939. The Molotov percent. This settlement greatly surprised the sector and included mystery protocols dividing Jap Europe into spheres of impact. It cleared the manner for Germany to invade Poland without fearing Soviet intervention, triggering the begin of global war, i.e. the unresolved problems of global conflict, the broken guarantees, monetary hardships, ethnic divisions, and fragile democracies created her dangerous environment. Those problems failed to disappear with the armistice. Alternatively, they simmered underneath the floor, waiting to explode on the equal time. The war had deeply changed societies and politics. Many humans were disillusioned with the old international and yearned for stability and energy. The horrors of the exquisite conflict had shaken faith in progress and motive, which made radical ideologies extra attractive. Fascism, Nazism, and communism every promised a new order and a way to restore what seemed damaged. The era and techniques advanced course of international conflict additionally influenced future conflicts. The conflict confirmed how industrialized conflict may be devastating, and total tanks, airplanes, chemical weapons, and device weapons changed how battles have been fought. These advances meant that any destiny warfare would be even greater, deadly, and some distance-reaching warfare. II also disrupted international members of the family in methods that made cooperation tough. The antique alliances had crumbled, and new ones were fragile. America, after playing a chief role in ending the struggle, retreated into isolationism and avoided getting involved in politics. Britain and France, though victorious, were weakened by means of the war, and their empires had been starting to show signs and symptoms of strain. As an end result, the sector entered the 1930s with many unresolved conflicts, resentments, and uncertainties the League of Countries, monetary crises, and rising totalitarianism set the level for a second international struggle searching back its clean that the seeds of global struggle II were planted in the course of, and at once after international. War I the harsh peace terms monetary devastation, risky new nations, and upward push of extremist leaders. All created a powder keg, while the spark eventually got here with Germany's invasion of Poland in September 1939. The sector became all over again plunged into battle knowledge, how global battle I brought about world conflict. II allows us see that wars are not often isolated activities. The aftermath of one conflict can form the next in effective methods. The unresolved tensions from 1918 did not just disappear, they grew modified and combined with new forces to create a far worse catastrophe. This bankruptcy closes the tale of the fantastic war by means of displaying how its legacy lived on, shaping the sector for many years to return the hopes for lasting peace after 1918 have been real, however fragile the failures to clear up deep troubles, and the upward thrust of hatred and worry made every other struggle almost inevitable. But understanding this history additionally offers classes. It reminds us that peace calls for more than treaties and borders. It requires justice, understanding, and efforts to cope with root reasons of conflict without that the seeds of future wars continue to be bankruptcy. 29. Remembering the conflict memorials and reminiscence, the brilliant war left in giant mark on the sector. It turned into no longer only a war of armies and borders, but a deep trauma that touched thousands and thousands of lives. While the fighting sooner or later stopped in 1918, the query fast have become, how will we do not forget all that passed off? How will we honor the sacrifice of individuals who fought and died? And the way can we make certain that the horrible instructions of the war are never forgotten? This chapter explores the methods the struggle has been commemorated through memorials, ceremonies, literature, and collective memory. The size of the loss become dazzling. Over 16 million human beings died in the course of World War I, with many more wounded or missing. Families were torn apart, whole communities shattered. For international locations involved remembering the struggle changed into a manner to mourn the dead and try and make feel of the huge human cost. Nearly immediately after the warfare, nations started to build memorials to honor individuals who had served and died. Those memorials took many bureaucracy, from grand monuments to simple plaques in village squares. The intention became the identical to create a bodily space where humans should don't forget and pay their respects. In France, the website of a number of the struggle's bloodiest battles, the panorama itself, have become a memorial. Fields and forests where men had fought and died were preserved, marked with the aid of rows of white crosses and tombstones. One of the most famous is the close to a huge monument protecting the remains of tens of heaps of unidentified infantrymen. It serves as a stark reminder of the conflict's devastating toll and the anonymous nature of such a lot of losses. In Britain, the Senate in London have become the focal point of remembrance. This easy yet powerful shape, designed by using Sir, stands as an image of national mourning. Every 12 months on November 11th, Remembrance Day ceremonies collect crowds who lay wreaths and look at moments of silence. The poppy flower, stimulated via the poem in Flanders Fields, became the brand of remembrance worn by using thousands and thousands as a signal of recognize and cohesion. Other nations also created memorials that reflected their personal studies and cultures. Within the United States of America, the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier at Arlington Countrywide Cemetery honors unidentified American soldiers who died within the warfare. This concept of the unknown soldier have become symbolizing the sacrifice of all those whose names have been misplaced or forgotten. Memorials are not just about honoring the useless. They're additionally approximately telling a tale. They shape how a nation or community understands the war, and it's that means some memorials emphasize heroism and sacrifice, even as others spotlight the tragedy and futility of conflict. As an instance, the Mining Gate Memorial in Belgium lists the names of lacking British and Commonwealth infantrymen, emphasizing loss and remembrance over glory. Commemoration additionally occurred via ceremonies and rituals. Annual Remembrance Days, Armistice Day observances, and memorial services became part of the national calendar in many countries. Those ceremonies provided moments for mirrored image, bringing humans together to well-known the beyond and explicit hopes for peace. Beyond physical memorials and ceremonies, literature and art performed a critical position in shaping reminiscence. The conflict inspired limitless books, poems, artwork, and movies that captured one-of-a-kind views at the warfare. Writers like Owen and Freed who have been infantrymen themselves, wrote powerful poetry that found out the horrors of trench warfare and challenged romantic notions of battle. The arts helped human beings confront the emotional and mental impact of the struggle. They gave voice to grief, anger, and disillusionment. Through their work, artists and writers invited audiences to keep in mind not the occasions, but additionally, the human cost, the concern, pain, and loss skilled. By using squaddies and civilians alike, history books and training additionally became essential in how societies remembered the battle. Colleges commenced coaching about world struggle. As a defining event of the early 20th century, textbooks often supplied the reasons, battles, and effects. However, in addition, they blanketed discussions about the instructions to be found out. This helped more youthful generations recognize the importance of the struggle and the significance of running closer to peace. However, reminiscence is never simple or uniform. One-of-a-kind companies and nations do not forget wars in distinct methods once in a while, with conflicting interpretations. For instance, at the same time as some nations emphasize heroism and victory, others awareness on struggling and loss. Political adjustments over the years also can have an effect on how the warfare is remembered. In Russia, as an example, World Battle I used to be overshadowed through the 1917 revolution and later by means of world conflict II, so its memory is regularly much less outstanding. In recent a long time, there has been a growing attempt to consider all facets of the warfare, which includes the studies of squaddies from colonies and minority businesses who fought, however, had been regularly forgotten in advance histories. This broader attitude allows to create a greater whole and sincere know-how of the conflict. The conflict's reminiscence also increases questions about the character of warfare itself. Many memorials and works of artwork emphasize the want to prevent future wars. The word never again became a powerful name to motion, reflecting hopes that humanity would research from the mistakes of the beyond. But the fact is more complicated. The arena experienced some other devastating struggle. Simply a long time later, this shows that reminiscence by myself isn't always sufficient. It should be combined with political will and international cooperation to absolutely prevent warfare. Nonetheless, the way we keep in mind global warfare, I subjects deeply memorials and ceremonies preserve the beyond alive, connecting us with folks that came before. They remind us of the sacrifices made and the expenses of violence. Additionally, they function warnings about the dangers of hatred, nationalism, and unchecked electricity nowadays. Because the wars quit surpassed in 2018, millions of human beings round the world took element in commemorations, museums, exhibitions, and academic applications, helped bring the records to existence, ensuring that the stories and lessons continue to be shared in an international that faces new conflicts and demanding situations. Remembering the top-notch conflict remains crucial. It teaches to us that peace is fragile and need to be actively maintained. It suggests how speedy societies may be drawn into detrimental violence and how deeply struggle influences people and communities. The legacy of global conflict is located not in textbooks or memorials, but within the ongoing dedication to peace and knowledge among international locations. With the aid of remembering the warfare, certainly and completely, we honor people who suffered and renew our obligation to build a higher destiny. This bankruptcy closes the story of how the remarkable conflict is remembered and why. One's recollections nevertheless count. Number, it's far a reminder that records is not pretty much the beyond. It shapes who we're today and who we need to grow to be tomorrow. Bankruptcy 30. The lasting legacy of the amazing war. The extraordinary warfare, as World Battle I was often called, became more than only a horrible battle that lasted from 1914 to 1918. It changed the sector in profound and lasting approaches, shaping the cutting-edge technology and the global order in ways that we nonetheless experience nowadays. Know how its legacy enables us see how this huge struggle set the degree for a good deal of the 20th century and beyond. This bankruptcy explores the lasting outcomes of the war on politics, society, era, lifestyle, and international family members. First, it is vital to recognize that the conflict shattered vintage empires and paved the way for new nations and new political ideas. The Ottoman, Russian, and German empires, which had dominated Europe for hundreds of years, had been all broken apart. Their fall apart created a map that become redrawn with new international locations rising throughout Europe and the Middle East. Those new countries struggled to locate balance and identity regularly amid ethnic tensions and monetary hassle. This reshaping of borders sowed the seeds for destiny conflicts. Some of the brand new nations were created without completely thinking about the complicated ethnic and cultural makeup of the regions, leading to disputes and instability. As an instance, the breakup of the Hungarian Empire created several smaller countries like Czechoslovakia and Yugoslavia, every with various populations that could face demanding situations, keeping cohesion the Ottoman Empire's fall led to the introduction of latest states inside the Middle East, but this manner become in large part managed by way of powers through mandates, instead of via those who lived there. This legacy of overseas control and division contributed to ongoing conflicts in the place that hold even today politically world battle. I also marked the beginning of the end for many monarchies. Several royal households had been overthrown at some stage, in or after the struggle, along with Russia's Romanovs and Germany's. Of their location, republics, democracies, and sometimes dictatorships took root. The Russian Revolution, all through the conflict, brought about the upward thrust of the Soviet Union introducing communism as a brand new political pressure on the arena level. The struggle additionally changed the manner governments interacted with their residents. The mass mobilization required to fight a complete conflict intended that states took extra manage over economies and societies than ever before. This protected rationing food and fuel, controlling enterprise, and dealing with propaganda to hold public morale excessive. These increased roles laid the basis for more energetic authorities' involvement in everyday lifestyles at some stage in the 20th century. One of the maximum seen legacies of the warfare is the improvement and use of recent technology and battle techniques. The brutal stalemate of trench battle-driven military leaders to innovate rapidly. Tanks had been introduced to break through enemy lines. Aircraft developed from reconnaissance gear to warring parties, and bombers and chemical guns had been used with devastating effect. Even as these technologies had been to start with designed for struggle, many had lasting impacts past the battlefield. Aviation, as an instance, made massive leaps ahead at some point of the conflict, and soon after have become a part of civilian transportation and worldwide connectivity. Clinical advances, inclusive of advanced surgical treatment strategies and treatments for infections and accidents, additionally got here out of the need of treating hundreds of thousands of wounded infantrymen. The human cost of the struggle with millions dead and wounded profoundly affected societies. The trauma, skilled with the aid of infantrymen and civilians alike, changed how human beings viewed conflict and peace. This shift became pondered in art, literature, and philosophy, with many artists and writers expressing disillusionment and questioning antique thoughts about honor and glory. In struggle, this cultural effect became part of a broader social trade. The struggle challenged conventional gender roles, as millions of girls entered the personnel to update men who went to combat. This helped boost up the frenzy for ladies' suffrage and more equality in many countries. Ladies' contributions all through the warfare confirmed that they could take on roles formerly reserved for men, reshaping societal expectancies. The battle also exposed, and on occasion deepened, social divisions together with class and racial inequalities. In many countries, infantrymen from colonies and minority companies fought along Europeans, hopping their service would result in greater rights and popularity. However, their sacrifices had been frequently left out or overlooked in the post-war length main to frustration and destiny struggles for civil rights and independence internationally. The conflict highlighted the risks of secret alliances, militarism, and unchecked nationalism. The desire to save you any other such struggle caused the creation of the League of Countries, the primary worldwide corporation aimed at preserving peace. Whilst the League ultimately didn't save you global conflict, it laid the foundation for later efforts in worldwide cooperation and the creation of the United International Locations, the Treaty of Versailles, and other peace agreements tried to cope with the causes of the conflict, but also left many problems unresolved. The harsh terms imposed on Germany and the financial lines they created contributed to political instability, and the upward push of extremist moves, placing the degree for future battle economically. The conflict had a big effect on countries' international, the fee of preventing and rebuilding strained countrywide economies, main to inflation, debt, and unemployment in many locations. The struggle additionally industrialization and changes in hard work markets, reshaping economies in methods that motivated the contemporary commercial international. The super conflict become a global war related to nations beyond Europe, which affected colonial empires and shifted worldwide strength balances. America emerged from the battle as a main global energy, moving far away from its preceding isolationism. Japan elevated its impact in Asia and lots of colonies started out to demand independence inspired in component by their contributions at some stage. Struggle, the reminiscence of worldwide warfare, I endured to shape politics and tradition for many years. Veterans groups' memorials and annual commemorations helped preserve the reminiscence alive. At the same time, the horror of the war influenced pacifist actions and anti-conflict activism, shaping debates approximately army intervention and worldwide family members. The classes found out from the top-notch conflict-stimulated army method, international relations, and international law efforts to control arms, manage conflicts, and defend civilians in struggle, evolved out of the revel in of worldwide war. Standards like conflict crimes and the remedy of prisoners became greater prominent in global discussions. Culturally, the warfare prompted modernism in art, literature, and song, with many creators responding to the disillusionment and trauma. As a result of the conflict's legacy can be visible in novels, artwork, and movies that explore topics of loss, heroism, and the search for that means after devastation. In summary, the lasting legacy of the extremely good struggle is large and complicated. It reshaped nations' politics and societies, it technological and cultural. Trade, it altered how human beings considered warfare and peace, whilst the warfare's immediately aftermath included unresolved tensions and new conflicts. The changes it set in movement have endured to influence the contemporary world. Know-how, this legacy enables us draw close. Why global battle I is often called a turning point in history. The struggle marked the stop of an vintage global and the start of a brand new generation. Its classes remain important as we face ongoing challenges in global members of the family, social justice, and the search for peace. The incredible struggle reminds us that the expenses of struggle aren't only measured in lives lost, however, in the long shadows it casts over generations. By analyzing its legacy, we are able to higher appreciate the importance of diplomacy, cooperation, and the human preference to avoid repeating this type of tragedy. This bankruptcy closes the tale of worldwide war, connecting its past to the existing and future. It encourages us to do not forget not simply the battles and leaders, however, the deeper adjustments that fashion the modern-day global. In doing so, it honors people who lived through the struggle and people who keep to live with its results. And that is a wrap on our journey through the top-notch battle, a conflict that reshaped the world in ways we still experience nowadays, from the primary photographs fired to the lasting legacy that modified nations, societies, and worldwide politics. This tale is one of sacrifice, innovation, and classes discovered. If this deep dive helped you apprehend how international conflict I fashioned the modern international, make certain to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so that you do not miss out on extra records defined honestly. Thanks for watching, and remember,